How you doing?
Yeah, great. Just tell him, am I pulling in?
Yeah. Oh yeah, I didn't tell him. Yo, I appreciated the commentary the other stream. Let me know what type of player when you figure out that I am.
Dude, badass look. I'm digging it. It's got different colors for all those dual stuff.
Bro, that's the signature look. That's the third bucket hat we've seen.
Yeah.
That was a velvet.
With matching jackets for all of them.
Yo, the boy! Where do you get all those bucket hats? Where do you get all the bucket hats? Alright, did you fix it?
No, I don't know. So, you go up here. You can't sit down if you don't share your hands, right? Your channel. So you guys go videos. Hey, are we doing 7 dudes? 7
I wonder why that's all fucked up, because I had it better than that.
Can we change the...
You change it. Oh, the thumbnail? Yeah. There should be a thumbnail saved on my computer.
Alright guys, for those of you that are new to the stream, I'm going to quick take your phones away. You can walk over there and use them. Don't use them at the table. Don't take them away and watch the stream. Sure. I'm like, I have to tell you guys that? He's like, what? Alright, you gotta be at home by, we're just playing, right? No modified? 7 deuce in effect or no? Offset only. 25 for 7 deuce. Yeah, 25 for 7 deuce. I'm ready when you are, Mike.
So you're gonna see 5 minutes of bullshit before the first hand.
That's cool, we'll talk. No worries.
You can just keep the table muted.
What should we call Rosey?
I don't even like Jello freaking out of nicknames for Rosey.
Correct.
Oh, don't do it.
Use the description of a YouTube video.
You're taking the blowback for this one.
Shoot that for you.
This bullshits me so much.
Oh, they fixed it.
Let's go.
What a pretty hand. You know, the other day I got dealt ace king of diamonds back to back hands. What a pretty sight.
Okay, changes saved. Can I just exit out of this, you think?
Yep. And now click.
Boom.
That's not the right thing.
Is it not?
Is it? Could it? No. No, it's that one, but yeah, it's fixed.
Boom!
Boom! Wait, is the other one live too? Hold on, go hit the back button.
That's upcoming at 6 p.m. So that's interesting. That need to go away.
Shit. Click on that one.
Click on it.
Yeah. December 18th at 6 p.m. Is that right?
Yeah, video.
December 18th at 6 p.m.
Video.
I mean,
Delete.
I don't know, because the other one's already live, isn't it? Oh man. Copy. All right. Copy the description that you just put into this one.
What are you showing?
Yeah. Go show more. Show more right there. Just copy the description. Just like highlight the whole thing.
This is from last week, dude. This is what I talked last week. This is not what I just talked right now. The other one's good, but this one we can just delete, I think, because this one's live and it's got the right name and.
Yeah. Okay. All right. We're good. This should be fine.
Should we delete the other one?
I guess so. Yeah.
Should we have to delete it?
Because it's weird. Check on your phone. Okay. I would just make the judgment call. Yeah, this one is scheduled for a date in the past. Like, there's no way that one's right.
No, it's scheduled for right now.
Yeah, but it
It
was.
started 3 minutes ago.
Yeah, but it didn't start because it still says upcoming.
Yeah, I know, which means it needs to go up.
We could probably delete it.
Which would be devastating if we mess with it and it impacts the other one. Let's see what I can delete.
Go to manage videos. Live.
Upcoming live now.
Why is the monetization off? Whoa. It's like the ones that said that it's upcoming.
That's what we're on.
The one that's already live.
So nervous.
Like,
What happened was,
and it says monetization is off for the ones that are live.
alright, so I did one and then Rosey must, or Frankie must have done one. So I'm just going to delete this one that says upcoming.
Yeah, that's what we were thinking. You delete the green screen, okay?
Yeah, we're going to try to go ahead and delete it.
Just delete that one.
Probably right here.
Delete. Boom. We're good. Thank you. Okay. Yes.
I woke up at like 8:45.
Boom. Perfect. How many hoes we got in the
Hello, everybody, and welcome in. We are ready for action. We've got your weekly edition of 2-5 at Poker House Dallas. We got your audio up there, buddy. Cool. And we have got Mr. Rosey. We've got Mr. Jello in the mix with us tonight. We are going to be playing some 2-5 1500 cap with the weekly Next Gen live stream here at Poker House of Dallas.
Oh, boy.
Oh, yeah. I'm Mr. Nick here in the booth, and I've got John with me. How you doing tonight, John?
Oh, I'm doing great. Had a great day. I am ready to talk over this very interesting stream we're going to have here tonight. Bunch of new faces and a bunch of reoccurring ones as well. What do you expect here tonight? We got an interesting lineup here.
Oh, yeah, no doubt. Love seeing those guys come back week after week to kind of tie themes to our player interaction. Right there in the 5 seat and that gray hoodie, that is Evan, a.k.a. Tricky Fish. Right there in the 7 seat. Well, it'll switch back around here in a second. Wearing that beautiful bucket hat and matching jacket. That is Da Boy. And he is back for appearance number 4, 5?
The boy.
Okay, so
boy.
we've had some back and forth on this, actually, because we did prove that there was a couple of weeks where he went by Da Boy.
There was 1 week.
I thought there was 2.
Well, I guess we'll see what he goes by tonight, and that will have to settle it.
Oh, is that the settling?
It'll have to
settling
settle
one. Okay, well, we'll see about that. But we also have here in the 4 seat, that is Jay. He is another recurring face. And then right there in the 6 seat, that is Eddie, a.k.a. Eddie Bat. He is a regular here at Poker House of Dallas on the live stream, as well as working and helping out with the commentary here in the booth, running Action Tracker and doing all sorts of helpful things here around Poker House. Just super great guy and glad to have him in the game tonight. Then we have our 2 Next Gen boys in the 1 seat. And I believe Jello was over there in the 8 seat, if that's right. So, yeah, Rosey in the 1, Jello in the 8, and Mr. Frankie, as we reported last week, was on a Las Vegas journey. I can barely even call it a trip because
we could call it a bender.
A bender.
We could call it a bender.
The bender has been extended. A bender extender,
Yes.
you might say.
Seems like old Frankie has canceled his return flight indefinitely.
Yeah, well,
And,
I think it was booked for Monday, but now he made day 2 of the $1,600 mystery bounty at the Win.
Oh, man.
And he is going to be back on Monday playing that, so hopefully he has to extend again.
How exciting. How exciting.
No doubt.
So hopefully we'll have him back here next week with us, unless he decides to move to Las Vegas.
Yeah, I would definitely expect him to be back, although I think next weekend is Christmas. So is it possible the boys will be home?
It might be true.
Yeah, and I know all 3 of them are not from the DFW Metroplex here, Dallas-Fort Worth. They are from, let's see, Frankie is from Kansas City.
Correct.
Rosey is from San Diego. Is that right?
Yes, San Diego.
And Jello from Chicago.
Perfect. You got it.
Yeah, okay. So they're from all over. And yeah, I would expect that they're going to be home with their families for Christmas. So we'll have to ask them about that before the stream is over so we can report to the viewers here. But yeah, my expectation is we might have 1 weekend off.
So I did talk to Jello beforehand. And as you guys can see here, this hat that we have here on the table, this beanie, and everyone is standing up. Well, what that means is that we're going to start the stream off tonight with the stand-up game.
Oh, yeah, dude. Let's go.
And there's a stipulation this time. The person who loses the stand-up game, it will be required to wear that Poker House beanie for the remainder of the stream. And they'll also win the Poker House beanie.
Oh, okay.
It'll be theirs.
Yeah,
so a little
nice.
consolation prize for having to pay out everybody.
Okay. Yeah, I like that. And a little extra marketing for the boys here at Poker House.
Gotta love it.
Also got
And-
Jello and that nice Poker House hoodie, which is a perfect match of the one that I am currently wearing. And we got
Maybe I'm wrong about that. That's what Jello told me, but it looks like they're doing a splash pot with the beanie.
Interesting.
I prefer the first way, but does look like that beanie is in the pot. Jello does have 3 things to give away, so there will be 3 splash pots over the course of the stream tonight.
Nice. And it looks like having some kind of technical issue here right off the bat, seeing these cards. I think that it was just
Very interesting.
limp on the button and a limp on the small blind. But we have no idea what these guys have, so
I think it'll correct itself next hand.
Yeah, I
because
think so,
these
too.
2 names have been on the screen the entire day so far.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think so too. Yeah, all right, guys. So we're just checking out the chat here. We've got some chat regs with us in the mix tonight. Mr. Poker Monkey. See that name every week. Thank you for being here. Got Rena Hewlin joining us. I have seen that name several times as well.
We have Poker Monkey throwing a little jab at Eddie, saying Eddie looks like he's sitting down already.
Nice. Let's get that table talk bumped up just a little bit here as we are just getting started. We are missing our chat thing on the
Yes, we are.
screen here.
We're
yeah.
not.
Gonna need Eric to come in and fix that for us.
Was there a 7 of spades on that? I don't remember. Oh, wait, was there 7 of spades?
There was.
Yeah, was it spades?
Yeah.
Fuck.
Wait, what is it?
We have a side bet going on.
Oh yeah, I already got the prop bet rolling tonight. Prop betting action.
You got to love that prop bet.
Yeah, I think that they have been doing this one every week for the last few weeks where a couple of different players on the table will pick a specific card or two, and if they show up on the community board, then you get paid out.
That is true. I was doing that Friday night with Tricky Fish and SMU. Oh, it was not SMU. Sorry, it was Tricky Fish and somebody else. It was Woodley.
Woodley.
Tricky Fish and Woodley.
What card do you pick?
Well, I had never done it before.
Yeah.
I settled with the 7 of hearts.
Nice.
People were always picking black cards.
Okay.
I decided to go with a middling red card.
Yeah, I gotcha. Makes sense. A lot of strategy to that game, actually.
Tricky Fish was actually trying to convince me the other day. Oh, 8 of diamonds there for Jack, flopping the straight and the open-ended straight flush
Yeah,
draw.
wow. What a board.
Big flop for him.
No diamond for anyone else, so he has got this pot. I mean, they're almost drawing dead. Both of them. It's not very often that you have 2 opponents drawing dead on the flop.
Race 100.
And I think Joey's only out here would be running bigger straight.
Yep. Without a diamond.
Yeah.
That's going to be pretty hard to achieve.
Jack would be pretty sick right here. We give him, what, about 15 times the equity he has right now?
Joey folding, saying he thought he had the ace of diamonds.
I thought I had the ace of diamonds. It was ace of hearts.
So the hat remains, I guess?
The hat remains, so the hat is actually the loser of the stand-up
Oh, it
game.
is.
As,
Okay.
Yeah, as Jill had told me. I just thought that it confused me the way they put it in the pot like that.
Yeah, I got you. They're
Seems
just going
like
to keep it
a-
on the table for like 30
Seems like a hazard to me.
Yeah.
The card might slip under it.
kind of with you there. I don't think you get away with that in a casino.
No chance.
I think that's fair.
Got Mr. Frank joining us. Another recurring chat rag. How you doing tonight, Frank? Thanks for being here, guys. And don't forget to smash that like button. Just go ahead and knock it out right now. Super easy. Totally free. Very helpful for the channel.
What is up, DFS Brat?
DFS Brat. OG Next Gen fan. I think he was one of the very first ads to the Discord group. And
I think he was.
yeah, and that Discord group, guys, is how you can get in on this game if you're interested in playing.
That's right. Just click the link in their Instagram bio. Take you to their Patreon. It's $5 a month.
One big blind to be on the list to get into this game weekly. as well as have
what an action game it is.
yeah, right. As well as have the opportunity to buy action from these guys whenever they play big tournaments and sometimes even big cash games. For example, they sold to their Discord members before going to play on a recent episode of Max Payne Monday.
That is true. They
And
did.
for those followers, Mr. Rosey brought home the $17,000 score. Wow, that's a pretty good 5 hours of poker right there, John.
Yeah, that's envious. That's enviable. Is that a word?
Yeah, I think so.
I think so, right? I nailed that.
Yeah. Totally nailed it.
Tammy coming in clutch with the Patreon link.
Oh, yeah.
We have the best mods over here at Poker House Live.
Did you wake up for the game? I did. What time? That was a sick game. I woke up at like 8:45 for like 15 minutes. That game was insane. Yeah.
Rosie talking about the big World Cup victory for Argentina this morning.
Oh,
Said he had to get up at 8:45 to watch it, but I'm sure it was totally worth it.
did you watch that game?
No, I did not.
Oh,
Tell
you
us
missed
about
it. You missed quite a game. So they were down to the last 10 minutes of the match. 80 minutes in. The score was 2-0 Argentina. 0. France hadn't even shot a goal. Like, they haven't even shot. And in the last 10 minutes, France kicks a penalty. They get the goal. And 90 seconds after the penalty kick, Mbappe scores the wildest goal I've ever seen.
Wow.
Like, crazy. Like, within a minute and a half, it's tied. And they go into extra time, then they go to penalty kicks.
Wow.
And extra time, Argentina scores, and then France scores again in extra time. So it
Oh.
was 3-3.
Man, see, I thought it was sudden death in extra time. I didn't even know that they could. Oh, you're saying extra time, not like...
Not extra time, like they went into extra 30
gotcha,
minutes.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
I gotcha. Wow, yeah, sounds crazy. All right, let's hop back into this action. I'm sure we'll be hitting on that game again at some point tonight, but we've got an open from Tricky Fish, flat from the boy, and you're right, the boy. There it is. And then Jello behind him comes in with the squeeze. He's on the button. He's got ace-queen offsuit. Great candidate. Goes from 20-20 to 105. Good sizing. Happy to get some action with this hand, and also happy just to pick up the money. And he gets some action. Probably best case scenario right here, getting one caller. And other than maybe Tricky Fish folding and then getting double called by the original caller. But this is a very good configuration. And you see he's got Tricky Fish dominated. He's also got the initiative and position, so...
Tricky Fish does have a gutter and 2 overs.
Yes, he does.
Don't think he'll be going anywhere for one bet.
No, and I'm wondering if he might consider this as a bluff raise candidate.
Seems viable.
It does. I mean, if we're thinking about Jello's squeeze range here, I'm wondering if he would ever have like Jack 9. We know he could probably have an Ace Jack or a King Jack. Do you think he would squeeze or flat with like a Jack Queen suited? Could have 9s and Jacks, of course.
Might just flat on the button. Maybe choose an aggressive action on a different position.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. You might like only have Ace Jack for a top pair hand, and then Jacks and 9s.
Looks like he's about to unload the clip.
Yeah. It's going to be representing mostly overpairs and some top and second sets.
Yeah, this seems like a type of situation. I mean, Tricky Fish loves to get involved early on. Seems like a situation where he might shove.
You think so? I mean, Jello's only got another 580 back. So, I mean, obviously, if he's got ace high, you're going to bluff him off of it. He's probably not going to call for the last 600. But you're definitely not going to bluff him off of a pair, I don't think.
No, you won't.
Yeah.
Let's it go.
Yeah, Jello's sizing right there kind of handcuffed him, made it tough for him to really make a play at it.
Gets the job done for Cash Money Jello out there.
Yes, it does. What do you think about the play in general? Do you think if Evan, Tricky Fish, had like a jack there? I mean, he's never folding, right?
No, certainly not.
What about a pair smaller than a jack?
He might not even fold that.
Yeah, so it's a little ambitious maybe, because it does feel by the time he like opens early position, defends a 3-bet out of position, now calls a flop bet, it feels like he's going to have a pair most of the time.
Turn seems like a check back to me.
Yeah.
Okay, we got equity to realize, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely interesting. A lot to think about that goes into nuanced spots like that.
And it's going to be a misdeal.
Yeah, it is. Look at that. Look at that. Happens occasionally. Two cards come off the deck at the same time. And we'll shuffle them up and try again.
That sneaky extra card there. For those interested, the WPT World Championship is on day 5 today. It was a $10,000 buy-in.
Yeah.
One of the biggest tournaments that we have ever had, except for the main event, in terms of field size in relation to buy-in. They had 30 million in the prize pool, Nick.
Yeah, that is insane, dude. That
30
tournament, yeah, it was like, I mean, it seemed like it's kind of taken a place, just forced its way into like feeling like the second biggest tournament of the year all of a sudden.
Yeah, and this is their year 1.
Yeah, that's
Year one.
crazy.
I can only imagine what it's going to be like next year.
Yeah, would they have almost 3,000 players for a 10K?
3,000 players for
Wow,
a 10K.
dude. And the win is obviously a beautiful place to hold a tournament series.
Oh, yeah. That's 3,000 players. That was a $30 million prize pool. They originally guaranteed $15 million. Absolutely unreal. They just blew it away.
Yeah, and Mr. Daniel Negreanu is still in the mix there.
Yes, 25 people left, I think, now.
Yeah, crazy.
Unreal.
That would be a very, very sneaky / obviously impressive crowning achievement to his career.
I'd have to agree with you. He wouldn't get a bracelet for it, but I don't think he'd mind.
I mean, if you win the main event of a 10K with a almost 3,000 player field, that is just, I mean, there's only one other tournament a year that, you know, is bigger than that.
Yeah, that's the second biggest tournament.
Yeah.
So I'm super impressed. Props to the win and props to WPT for putting that on.
Mm-hmm.
People speculating what would happen if the boy busted and then didn't pay.
Wow, so this is like a nice little play right here by the boy. As it went bet raise, I wasn't even paying close attention because I saw neither one of them had much.
Yeah, but we can't we can't do that because on these streams anything's possible.
Yeah, no doubt. So the boy just like leads out into a single raise pot and gets raised and decides to rip it. He's got the gut shot and Joey is thinking about it. He's got bottom pair, excuse me.
Bottom pair. I don't think he's going to find the call here.
He's definitely giving it a good thought, though. Okay, and he decides to lay it down. Gets shown the bad news immediately that he did fold the best hand, but that's tough to fold or tough to call right there when you get 3-bet all in on the flop and you got bottom pair.
I think it was that Joey let out and the boy just ripped it.
They said it was 25, 75, 300.
Wow. So Joey check raised the bottom pair and then got jammed on.
Yeah.
That would make me want to call even more.
With the 4? Really?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know what I'd be hoping he has, but I guess he has ace deuce.
Got ace deuce, man.
That's plenty.
I think that's just the type of time when you got to look a man in the face and say, you got ace deuce, man.
You got ace deuce.
I call.
I call.
Raise 20. Raise 65.
Oh, we got some hands here.
Oh, yeah. So Tricky Fish comes in with the open, and
Oh!
oh, boy.
Oh, boy.
Okay, these guys got about 1,000 back. It's the first thing I look at to see is this money going in. Agent
is,
Sensation has 3-bet and now gotten cold 4-bet, so he's going to know that looks really strong. But would be surprised if he gets away from jacks, especially with for this sizing. But I think he'll just call.
Tricky Fish makes the correct laydown.
Yeah, and Eddie doesn't think very long before sticking in the $90, makes the call. And this pot is already $330. Benji's got about $830 back, so less than a 3 SPR here. That stack to pot ratio.
This is one of those boards where you get stacked.
Very well could.
Bet 120.
He's definitely not going anywhere for this one.
Oh, man, the board is so clean.
That SPR is down to about 1.5.
I think this will likely go bet 200 jam on the river. Try to string him along.
I'm going to guess slightly bigger than 200, like 220.
I'm going to set the over-under at 210.
No. Not that confident.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
That's pretty big.
That's healthy.
300.
Leaving not much left for the river bet. Maybe think he just wants to get value now. That's going to be the end of that.
Yeah. Benji gonna take a second here. Oh, now Eddie's gonna think he has the best hand for sure.
Very confused what he's thinking about.
Just thinking it through. I don't think there's any way he's folding, but wants to count it all up. It's a lot of money. There's over $2,000 in that pot now, and Benji's got 420 more to put in. I don't think there's any way he's gonna get away from this, but
I'm not going to lie to you. This kind of feels like a slow roll to me.
Set call.
oh, Eddie still hasn't seen it. He thinks he's good.
Big fuck.
Evan.
Damn, Evan.
Yeah, Evan had the ace-10 of diamonds. Laid it down, would have made the nuts, well, nut flush on the end, which was good, of course. And then, oh my goodness, so Eddie gets shown the 2 kings. Probably does feel like a little bit of a slow roll.
That's a great cool 5, Ken. You're right.
But that's all right.
Mike, I'm going to advance the button.
We got Nick in the chat. Nick 6.
Oh, yeah.
He said fireworks coming. He was right. Fireworks came. Yeah, the table calls it out. The knit roll.
Yeah, there it is.
The knit roll.
He did think a little bit longer than what I thought he was going to. When I saw him first thing, I was like, okay, he wants to count the pot and count how much he's got, but
Let me tell you.
he really put some thought into that one.
Let me tell you, if I was holding the kings there, the chip would be in the middle before Eddie clarified with the dealer that he was all in.
Yes, of course. Maybe he's just really embracing Savage Sunday. You know, maybe he's like, maybe it was intentional, but he's just not gonna say it.
I'm quite familiar with Benji.
Maybe it's Benji's first time to play a big live stream game.
Maybe he's a little nervous.
Maybe he's a little nervous.
I would say that he's done this many times before.
Has he? Has he played with the Next Gen boys before?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Is he a part of the infamous Discord?
Yes.
Yes.
You
Okay.
could say that. There's levels to the Discord.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
You know, Tricky Fish, Nico, like Jordan, the people we had last week. They're in like the highest tier of that Discord.
Oh, I was talking about the Next Gen boys Discord.
Oh, no, I don't think he's part of that Discord.
No, he's in your Discord?
No, he's in my Discord.
Oh, okay. He's another one of your boys.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Nice. Yeah, so some of our players here are in a Discord with John and exchange hands and mostly trash talk each other from the way it sounds to me.
Yeah, we do quite a bit of trash talking.
Yeah. And I guess Benji is part of that infamous group.
Like I said, there's levels to it. There's like a private sector of the Discord, and then
Yeah,
there's a general
gotcha.
sector. He's part of the general sector of the Discord.
Gotcha, gotcha. Well, he picks up another hand here immediately. He's got
Wow.
9-8 suited on the hijack.
Riding that high.
Yeah, and
Looks like
there's
it's a $20 straddle one.
Yeah, I think so. He's definitely going to get some action here from Mighty Hammer. Kind of
Mighty
like that
Hammer,
name right there.
Actually, when
Mighty Hammer reminds me of Mighty Mouse.
he's one of the people we went shooting with on Friday.
Oh, okay,
Him
nice.
and his wife.
Nice.
And he actually played on Friday's 2-5 Master Stack live stream.
He looks like the kind of guy that could handle a gun.
And handle it, he did.
Yeah, I like those kind of guys. Make me feel safe when I'm walking around in society.
Agreed. Can't wait to go shooting guns again. This is a lot of fun. It's awesome.
Okay, no sets here. Benji flops middle pair, so outflops both of his opponents. There's an overcard out there, so he's going to have to get to showdown. But I think with 6s and 7s that Eddie and Mighty Hammer might give him a chance to get to showdown here. Maybe I'm wrong, as Mighty Hammer leads out for $100. Benji much quicker to call this time with the middle pair than he was with the kings. And let's see if Mighty Hammer slows down. Looks like he is not. So on the flop, when you bet 100, I think you're already getting a little bit thin on value and kind of like just deciding that your main reason for betting is deny equity. When you come on the turn after betting 100 on the flop, it's certainly getting a little thin. Although
He might actually get Benji to fold the hand.
yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like, this is the hand that you're targeting. Oh, no, I'm sorry. This is a better hand than yours. Yeah, so, yeah, basically you're turning it into a bluff here on the turn.
Yeah.
That's the point.
Yeah.
On the flop was already thin. Yeah. It would already be a little bit thin on this line if you had, like, 2 9s instead of 2 7s. 2 7s is exceptionally thin. You got to get called by a pair worse than yours. Maybe like a 9-10.
Gets shown the pocket 7s.
Yeah, very interesting line right there by Mighty Hammer. So he enters the pot by cold. No, it was not a cold call because this was a $20 straddle.
Correct.
That's right. Okay, so he enters the pot by calling with the 7s, but instead of just taking his 7s to showdown, he decides to turn it into a very creative line by betting once as sort of a merge for maybe a little value, definitely some protection.
There were
and
some draws out there, you know? Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
I can see what he was thinking. Maybe I'll bet the turn here, charge those draws, and then check the river.
Yeah, and the turn sizing is kind of indicative of that. Like, I'm not trying to get called by any worse pairs. I'm trying to only get called by, like, 9-10.
Yeah. Sassy in the chat saying that Mighty Hammer is a Marine.
Nice. Well, they made a very creative, tricky play right there. Like we said, maybe there's a few combos of value. Definitely some bluffing potential. And then also you're just protecting your hand and getting to go to showdown on the end if you want to. So a lot accomplished with that bet sizing.
Agreed. And Rosey picking up Ace King.
Ace King. Let's go.
Ace King.
It looks like we had our second straight $20 straddle on.
Gotta love it. The action has been ramping up on these Poker House live streams. On our Friday stream, we regularly play 10, 20, 40 throughout the night.
Wow.
Every time that, on 2 days ago, we had a guy who every time I put the straddle on for whatever size it was, he would put a straddle on after me.
Wow.
Didn't matter how big it was. I threw the 40 on one time, immediately threw the 80 on.
Wow.
That's Friday night live stream here. It's getting crazy.
So, interesting spot right here as Rosey opens, Joey defends on the button, and now Rosey flops the goods, so to speak, top. Joey has a pretty good floating candidate.
And he floats and picks up a flush draw, the nut flush draw.
And he's feeling pretty good about his float right here and might be thinking very devious thoughts about trying to take this away.
It won't work.
Yeah,
But
I think Rosey's sizing is going to make a big difference in whether he decides just to call or raise.
200 into 527.
Yeah, and now Joey's in a predicament. He's got 700.
Sorry, 200 into 327. My bad. Bet pretty big there.
Yeah, he did, and that's what I'm saying. Joey's got 700. Rosey's representing a ton of strength, and yeah, he does just decide to call.
Bricks the river. What do you think he would have done there if Rosey had bet like 100?
That's what I'm saying. I think that it, based on the sizing, was whether he was going to try and raise him off of it or just call.
That makes sense.
Yeah, and Rosey picked the size that looks like, I don't know if he's going to fold if I try and shove right here. Obviously, if he doesn't have an ace, but if he doesn't have an ace, then we probably have the best hand.
Oh, and he's going to check it over to him. And he goes all in.
Rosey traps him like a boss.
Oh, my goodness. Going to verify the amount, but I believe he was checking to call any amount.
Yeah, I think so too. And pretty epic play by Rosey right there to recognize all of those draws that bricked out. There's various straight and flush draws, especially with the backdoor flush coming on the turn. And we got top. The way Joey bet, how fast he bet right there, yeah, then it's a call. Bang, got him.
Got him. Perfectly executed.
Yeah, dude. Might have to pull Rosey in for that one.
Think so?
What do you think?
We can do that.
Let's do it. Oh, yeah. We're going to get Rosey in the mix here. Bring him up in the booth to talk about that sweet little river check right there. I think that we're going to hear him say kind of what we were saying a second ago, that all of those draws bricking out. Oh, yeah, here he is. What's up, Mr. Rosey? How are you, buddy?
I am good. How are we doing, guys?
Doing awesome. So we just saw you make a crafty little play right there on the end, going with the check call. You want to tell us about it?
Yes. This is my ace-king one, right?
It was ace-king.
Yeah.
On the end, you decided to check call when all the draws brick out.
Yeah, all the draws bricked out, and I mean, a little bit of backstory. Joey's one of my good buddies. He obviously knows me, knows my play style a little bit. I was debating between checking or betting small to induce. Those were the two things I was thinking about, because, yeah, every single draw missed. One of the cleanest rivers I could get. So I really thought that just a normal value bet wouldn't be doing myself much justice. So I kind of decided to give him a little rope with the check, and thankfully it worked out.
Yeah, he had the perfect kind of hand for you to do do
Yeah.
Did he show you, or did you just show him the AK?
He did not
He didn't
show.
show you.
I
Okay,
don't know
well-
what he had.
Well,
He
I'm not
said-
going to spoil it, but let's just say that you picked the right line this
Let's
time.
go. Yeah, no, always good to scoop one early. There's another good one coming up soon.
Oh, yeah. Is this it right here?
No, actually, now that I'm looking at this one, I kind of want to close my eyes. But so everyone, please close your eyes real quick. I didn't want to call out a position with this hand. That's why I folded the eights and didn't
Got
think
through that by Jay there.
and I didn't think we were deep enough to set mine, so I decided to wait for a better spot.
Yeah.
But he's
Okay,
three
fair
betting a
enough.
little light. So
Fair enough.
maybe we'll get him a little bit later.
Yeah,
in
well,
the
poker's a
session.
lot about ebb and flow too, you know, and kind of like picking the spots that feel right at the right time. So
Exactly.
obviously we just saw you make the really crafty play on the previous pot,
Yeah.
scoop a huge one, and then make a laydown where, yeah, you got a good hand, but also he just has 2 overcards and you're flipping. So
Yeah, and I'm out of position, and I just don't see it being a fun hand to try to navigate.
with you, homie.
So I'll pick a better spot, and I'll
All
get
right,
him next
dude.
time.
Well, we're looking forward to seeing this next pot that you said is coming up.
Yeah, no, there's another good one.
Let's
All
go,
right.
dude. All right,
Thanks,
good luck
guys.
to you out there.
I don't know. It's day 1.
Oh, yeah. That was Mr. Rosey from Next Gen Poker scooping a big one.
That was sweet stuff, Rosey.
Oh, sweet stuff, Rosey. Love it. Love it. Sweet stuff. He is sweet stuff.
Oh, man.
All right, guys. So we are back into the mix here. Yeah, we just saw Rosey open the pocket 8s, get 3-bet by Jay. Jay was coming in hot with the Queen 10 offsuit 3-bet on the button. And as opposed to defending out of position there, Rosey just decides to let it go. I think most people would probably defend, but I think that his logic is sound, and I don't mind it at all.
All right, and we're gonna see if we're gonna see who's gonna win this pot. It's gonna come down to brute aggression. Is neither player with anything.
Yeah, and this looks like it was limped multiple ways, and then Eddie just goes with the huge ISO sizing in the small blind, which I love. I use that play as well. You know you're going to be out of position when you get called. You'd rather it be just by one player. Oh, and Eddie check calls on the turn with his ace high, drills it on the end.
And he's gonna get Evan to bluff right into him.
Yes, he
And
is.
it's gonna be a
Woo.
snap call.
Oh, yeah. You're good, you're good. Snaps. Shows the AQ. Oh, Evan hates it.
You know, on Friday, Tricky Fish and I finally played our biggest pot ever.
Really?
We did.
How big?
It was the stream said 3,500, but it was bigger than that.
What stream was this on?
Friday night.
Oh, the big one. The
It was.
big
I'm pretty
one.
sure it was 4K.
Yeah, nice, dude. Wow. Tricky Fish moving up in the world. He's playing some big games recently.
He's got a good job.
Yeah. Seems like he does well playing poker, too.
Eddie, you were gonna snap call this guy.
I mean, you said he's won 10K on this stream. That's pretty good.
Whoever's a king, snap.
Yeah, he wins it so he can give it back on the Friday stream.
Got him. Got him.
Or specifically to me.
Oh, so I guess you won the 4K pot.
Oh, I did.
Oh, yeah. Let's go.
Did win that 4K pot.
Nick saying, yeah, it was a big hand.
We had like a lot.
7 deuce game, I'm assuming, is on.
It is $25 a person.
Yeah, to my knowledge, it's been on every single week. So yeah, and we see Rosey getting sneaky already.
Oh boy.
And Mighty Hammer gonna fall right in the trap immediately. It seems like they always do. Comes in with the hot raise directly to Rosey's left. Not too much behind him.
Some excitement on the floor.
Raise to 100.
Yeah, wow. Is that from the tournament, maybe? Oh, sounds like someone just won it.
No, somebody. It sounds like somebody sucked out to not lose the tournament.
Good players.
So Rosey goes for the limp 3-bet here. Going to get called by Mighty Hammer here with the 6s. He's going to be way ahead. He's going to remain ahead.
Yeah, probably not going to get any more out of Mighty Hammer right here unless he gets tricky again.
I got to say,
He did reference something.
he did reference something was coming, so it's a bit of a spoiler because
Bet 75.
likely this is the hand.
Something is coming.
Oh.
Oh, boy.
Oh, boy.
Mighty Hammer is dropping the hammer. Let's go.
Let me tell you, I
Gonna
played,
put Rosey in the
with
spot.
I played with Mighty Hammer on Friday. And we were not seeing this type of activity.
Really? Oh, boy. Is he going to keep going? He's got 1.4K. There's 600 in the middle. He has represented a hand like Queen Jack,
We were running high in that game.
pocket fours.
Oh,
Maybe an ace queen on the flop.
Decides to check it back.
Actually don't mind that flop play at all. Oh, and Rosey gets there on the end.
Probably a card that he didn't even necessarily want to see.
Yeah, it's a little confusing about what to do now.
Yeah.
I mean, it feels like you're kind of targeting a hand like a queen or a jack that raised for protection and now is slowing down on the turn. Seems like a good sizing to me to target those kinds of hands. Don't know if we're going to get called by them or not, but it's hard for him to have like a 2-pair unless it's like king queen and we're blocking that hard, so maybe king jack is possible.
Queen jack wouldn't check the turn.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this would be a superhero call. Rosey limp 3-bet, bet call to raise on the flop. He's gonna be hard. Wow, that is a big hero call. And set of kings is gonna be good right there. Mighty hammer, hoping to catch Rosey slipping. Maybe putting him on a hand like a ace-5 of clubs or something.
Rosey's gonna take down another one.
Yeah.
Off to a hot start.
Just bet on good cards. People just gotta see them.
Sometimes you gotta see him. You can't have it all the time.
Goodness, what a hand. Rosey like getting super max right there versus a pair of 6s. Super duper max.
That crazy pineapple tournament sounds like a lot of fun. I'm not gonna lie to you, Nick. One of these days, I might have to step out of the booth and I gotta go play that crazy pineapple
Yeah,
tournament.
no doubt, dude. Everyone that I have talked to that's played it has said it's one of the funnest tournaments they've ever played.
I just gotta bring a 12-pack of Dos Equis and just hop in that, that tournament, man. This looks like a ton of fun.
Here we have Rosey coming in with another tricky, sneaky play. He goes with the min raise under the gun.
I haven't seen this one before.
Yeah, but we've got action behind him. He's going to find out real fast he does not have the best hand as it goes.
And look at that. I mean,
3-bet, 4-bet.
it was almost essentially the exact same thing as a limp.
Mm-hmm. And the only way that it's different than a limp right there is in Jay's eyes. Now Eddie is cold 4-betting as opposed to just 3-betting him, and he quickly just mucks the ace-jack offsuit.
Yes. I think that it's definitely standard.
Yeah, if it was like a limp 25-75, Jay might continue.
You might.
Jay's the kind of guy that I could see continuing.
Through a 4-bet, you mean, right?
I mean, either or, I think he would consider both. Maybe I'm not giving him enough credit that he could just fold that out of position pretty easily, but
Ooh, Scott's saying that they have a pineapple tournament on Tuesday as well.
yeah, nice, dude.
Might have to play that. Might have to play that on Tuesday. Tricky Fish picking up a hand here. But doesn't look like anyone has anything to play with.
$10 straddle is on here. Let's see if Mighty Hammer defends it with 9-5.
Does not.
He dumps it. Tricky Fish probably a little disappointed to not get some action with that one.
We got Hayden in the chat. Let's go, Eddie.
Let's go, Eddie.
Let's go, Eddie. Eddie, as many of you know, the winner of Danielle's Birthday Bash, winning first place in that tournament for $55,000.
Oh, so sweet, Eddie. It's off to a slow start tonight, though, after getting his jacks beaten by 2 kings.
You know, for me personally, if I'm going to take a beat like that, it always feels good to take it at the very beginning of the stream.
Yeah.
Like, for an example, I'd rather take it at the beginning of the stream and then work my way back than be up 1,500 and lose 1,500 in that hand at the end of the stream.
On the last
to
hand
be
of the
even.
stream.
Because then I know what my outcome is But if I'm down 1,500 right away, I could still win a good amount that night.
Yeah. I feel that.
Gives me something to strive for. Jay with a beautiful hand, and Mighty Hammer with a more beautiful hand.
Yeah, I don't think Jay's going to go anywhere on this one.
40% of a royal flush already.
Yeah, they're 1.5K deep. I'm expecting this to be like a 120 to 140 size bet. 150. Okay, a little bigger. And that could potentially scare Jay off.
If there's one thing I know about Jay, it's that he will not be folding 2 suited Broadway cards to a 3-bet in position.
It is 5X, and he folds it. I don't think he would either if it was 4X or smaller, but I think 5 is pretty healthy.
Well, Jay made me eat my words. I'm going to enjoy them. I'm going to season them a little bit with some salt.
Oh, tasty. Just a little salt. You need to put a little Cajun on this.
Specifically the salt in my tears.
Oh, boy.
Made me look like a dummy on stream.
Oh, the salt in your tears. It's genius.
I know. It's beautiful.
I know.
It's poetic almost.
It's poetry. Did you write it?
I mean, in my head.
Love it. We're going to be going for 4 hours tonight, guys. We started at 6 p.m. We're going 6 to 10. We go 6 to 10 every Sunday here at Poker House of Dallas. This is your home for your weekly next-gen poker live stream. Got Mr. Rosey and Mr. Jello in the mix tonight. There's Jello wearing that nice Poker House hoodie.
He's got the same one you do.
Same exact one. This is the original hoodie.
I got to get one myself. Eric's got it too. I feel left out. I could use a good one.
See, Rosie's got that nice looking stack merging right there.
Could be Rosie's time to have another big night.
Yeah, it looks like he's already up close to 3K. We could ask Eric about getting our stats pulled up here. Do we need to do that?
Yes. That would be helpful.
All right, guys, and we had Eric step in the booth here and help us get our stats pulled up. So let's go ahead and go straight to this one. Holy cow. No, that's not right. So they had Rosey in for his entire buy-in. Do you know what he bought in for? Did he buy in for 1.5?
He bought it for 1,500.
Okay, so he's up about 1.3K right now.
Don't know how that could have possibly happened, but yes, Rosey was in for 1,500.
Definitely have a little bit more tame group tonight in terms of it's going to be tighter aggressive as opposed to super loose play.
Yes. So lately what we've been seeing, same thing with on the Friday 2-5 stream, what we've been seeing here at Poker House is either the lineup is very splashy, very loose, and full of those types of players, that game, you know, that type of game, where we're going to be playing 4K pots with 9-6 offsuit. You know, those types of games. And then we're going to have very tight lineups, tight aggressive like this one, where you don't really have anybody who's just, you know, here to have fun, should we say. It seems it's very polar lately. And I kind of like it this way because for the viewers, when you have a lineup like this, sometimes there's things to learn, you know?
And while we're talking about that, I'll go ahead and pop up these VPIP numbers here. See, tricky.
Very surprised to see the boy at 12%.
Yeah.
That we did just start the stream.
Yeah, for sure. We're probably only about 20, 25 hands in. But
Yeah.
Tricky Fish and Jay up there leading the pack, cresting that 30% mark. And look who's leading the way here on pre-flop raise percentage. That was Mr. Rosey.
Seems like Rosey must have raised every hand he played,
Yes, he did.
including that little min dollar, $10 raise.
Yes, he did, and including his limp 3-bet with pocket kings. All right, and now we see the boy getting in on the sneaky action. He comes in with the limp with the ace-queen suited and immediately gets ISO'd by Jack. So it looks like Jack is about to fall victim to the limp squeeze himself, which is a play that he likes to use.
Oh, the irony.
Yeah, and here we go. Now there is $170 out there. This is exactly what you're dreaming of when you limp with this hand. The boy rips it in for 400. Perfect stack sizing to go after $170 of dead money. The initial opens to $30, and you're getting to shove for 400 and still only risk a little over 2x the pot.
Jack falling victim to his own trick.
Yes, he was. Perfect way to put that. And these other guys.
Oh, the humanity. Tricky Fish wanted to gamble here with his pocket fours. And it's going to be way ahead because there was an ace and a queen folded, if I don't mistake.
And Eddie going to get out of there.
Guess I was wrong. Maybe there was a 4 folded too. I know there was a queen folded.
Yes. Yeah, Eddie just folded a queen. Queen 10 suited right there. Needs a spade. Oh, or an ace.
Oh.
Ace with a queen.
Oh.
Tricky Fish shakes it off.
You know, I actually had a spot like this myself the other day.
Really?
With the pocket fours. There was somebody who had $200 stack at 2.5. I didn't realize. It was all in big chips. Just hidden under. And I opened the pocket fours over a straddle to 45. It got jammed on for $200. And it folded to me, and I was like, I'll gamble with you. I'll throw it in there. All right, for $200. 20 blinds with the straddle. They had king, queen offsuit. We chop it up.
Chop it up.
Chop it up.
What, did you run it twice?
We ran it twice. I asked her. She said she wanted to run it twice.
What a guy.
I'm gambling, so run it twice.
What a guy.
My result was a little bit better than Tricky Fish's result. Something about those pocket fours.
And now Jello getting sneaky, dude. This table is just full of landmines.
You know, I remember when people used to criticize the next gen guys for the limp strategy.
Yeah.
And
now they're doing it.
And then, you know, now all my friends, you know, starting to see some merit in it.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
And look at this
starting
one,
to
dude.
open it up a little bit.
This is going to be crazy because Tricky Fish has over-limped.
Oh, my God.
And now the boy comes in with the weakest hand, and Jello goes, oh, yeah.
What did I just say? My friends are starting to think about this. Now, I personally wouldn't have just called with the jacks here.
Oh, and Jello just flats. And now is Tricky Fish going to back raise? This is a very interesting spot. It says he's got 1.5K. Oh, there's the black chips. Okay. Yeah, and here we go. He comes in with the raise. And now it's going to be the boy trapped in the middle as Jello has the ace king. And is he going to think about...
Jello's so happy right now.
What an insane line this will be from Jello if it goes limp, call, back raise, 5-bet.
It would be a limp...
Oh my
gosh. Then a raise, then a call, a back raise, and then a re-back raise 5-bet.
Insane.
2 back raises.
And these are the kind of lines that get drawn whenever you start adding those limps in. If it's a balanced strategy where you're going to be able to have hands in your back raising range, have hands in your flat, and then re-back raising range.
I just don't see how Jello ever does anything. Oh, my goodness.
What a spot. And now Jello's probably just going to fold.
Oh, my goodness.
What an insane spot, dude.
What?
We might have to get someone in the booth to talk about this one. Let's see what happens.
Someone's got to come in the booth for this. We might have to get 2 of them in the booth.
Wow. Yeah, we just leave the booth and let them just come talk about this
seriously.
hand.
Oh, the Jello's all in.
Jello, he does not fold. And he...
I actually limped without looking.
He looked without looking.
wow. And now, what? I mean, how do you even analyze this hand? Okay.
You can't analyze this hand.
And Jello has played it in a way where he has now trapped the ace-jack in for his entire stack, and the 2 jacks might fold.
Absolutely unbelievable. So now we understand how this has happened. Evan has limped without looking.
Wow, dude, this is insane.
925.
And so did Jello just call, or did he
It
shove?
looks like Jello just called.
Okay, that's interesting.
It's essentially the same thing. If Tricky Fish wants to play the hand, even after all this, he's still just going to put it in.
Mm-hmm.
This is probably one of the craziest hands we've seen.
I think the message is still dictated, though, that this is a stronger hand when he just calls instead of shoving. It's like he's trying to get Tricky Fish to come in.
I'm just wondering what Tricky Fish is thinking about him limp calling under the gun and now calling again to the jam. Like, this has got to be running through his mind.
Of course.
What hand would Jello choose to do this with?
I mean, he knows that Jello is very capable of limping with strong hands.
But when he calls...
I think that it... I mean, to me, it feels like ace-king.
To me, it would kind of feel like a hand like Tricky Fish has. I feel like ace-king is just like a hand that you would just want to put more money in.
He calls.
So, you guys want to go twice?
Yeah, can we? Well, you guys are. We're not all in yet. So 975.
He said all in. He said all in, yeah.
Oh, okay. So
Okay,
Jello
he
was
did
all
say
in.
in.
Yeah, okay. First one over wins.
I actually heard call as well, so I can understand the dealer's confusion.
Yeah.
I mean, it's essentially the exact same thing, so it shouldn't matter.
This is a pretty big one. Up to you.
They're asking Jello once for the content. He says it's a pretty big pot.
Let's go 3 times.
Nah, don't go. I'm fine with whatever.
3 times.
For the stream, it's a little slow. Up to you guys, though. I mean, it's your money. Yeah, I'm down to go 3 times. 3 times.
Oh, 3 times was
boy.
awful.
I'm fine with that.
Oh, 3 times was the absolute worst. Oh, my goodness. We went 3 times one time on the stream on Friday. It was agony. We're going to be here for a while.
First one over wins. Let's go Broadway.
I think we should ban that going forward. I'll have to talk to some people.
I didn't know that you did your
Dude, what an insane pot this is.
It's all part of the main.
It really kills it for me that they're going 3 times.
Yeah, I don't need 925, 925, 925. This is way more than 925.
Yeah.
This is 925 right there.
Let's take a bet right now. Right now, from this point until we get on to the next hand and all the pots are sorted, how long do you think it's going to take?
I'm going to say
Over under. I'm over under 3 minutes.
3 minutes. Oh, that would have been my guess.
Okay, you're
I'll
gonna take over.
I'll take the under.
Okay, I'll take the over.
That's a great flop for jacks.
Wait, you have Jack?
You got 10s. Yeah, I have jacks. Seven of spades.
No overcards. Pretty good.
Oh, and Jello locks up the first one.
I can win 2/3.
The boy is in horrible shape right here.
Yeah, he's in real bad shape.
That's sick.
He basically needs Broadway
Yeah, that's the only way that he'll win.
Give me Jack.
or 4 diamonds.
Do I have a queen? You have a queen?
Give me running spades.
And Jello bangs the second board as well.
Wow.
And he's going to scoop 2.
Well, I'm going to severely lose on this over-under match if Jello scoops the third one.
Lose all 3 of them, dude.
Yeah, make it easy. We don't have to.
Broadway run. Queen,
I'm
queen,
shocked
Jack
you
10.
called off with jacks there. I thought you would fold jacks. We can't go runner on our quads either. Don't worry, you okay? I have a good feeling. If he hits me,
Oh. we got paint. But it's going to be 2/3 to Jello, and now you're looking good on the bet. They're going to have to chop up this pot. And guys, you just witnessed one of the craziest lines that I've ever seen. Limp, limp, raise, call, squeeze, shove, shove, call.
That was really one of the most ridiculous hands.
Just crazy.
I think you're going to lose this one.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not looking good. We're encroaching in on the 2.5-minute mark. So savage running it 3 times. So true. So true, Sassy. Can't debate you on that one. Poker Monkey say he likes it 1 time.
I don't mind twice.
Max Payne.
I don't mind twice on the stream. I mean, once is obviously better for the stream, but twice at least doesn't take up that much time.
Holy moly, 3 times.
Yeah, 3 times is we're going to have to.
Oh, boy. Sorry. Sorry, chat.
I might even say something right now, honestly. I'm sorry, guys. I think I'm going to have to.
Okay.
Oh, looks like we're getting close. Oh, the button moved.
Is that what the bet was to?
I don't know, but it seems like it's fair, right?
Sure, it sounds fair to me.
Fair time. Oh, 2 minutes and 55 seconds for the button to move, and the runouts came out.
Oh, let's go.
That was a close one, but
Tammy says savage for the dealer.
I think I'm going to say something, chat. I'm going to let them know what you're thinking, all right?
Oh, boy. That's hilarious. I agree with Knock. Jack saying 1 time should be the only option. Twice max on stream. No doubt. No doubt. How can we disagree? Knock is out there right now, giving him the business. Hopefully going forward they will, what do they say?
Well, it looked like they were pretty receptive of it. And Rosey looked to me and said, I tried to tell him.
Yeah.
And I was like, I saw and I appreciate that.
We heard you.
Don't worry, chat. I'm speaking for you. I let him know.
What a guy. Tammy saying twice does not give Max Payne, no doubt. You can't call your stream Savage Sunday.
And then go 3 times.
Go 3 times, yeah.
Like.
No doubt.
That was the rest of that dealer's down, just trying to split the pot up.
Yeah, and you know, like I wanted to bring Jello in to talk about that crazy line.
Yeah, but now like
it feels less relevant. Yeah,
that's why I said like when they went 3 times,
Payne.
like it killed it for me. Like I was like, I forgot about the craziness of the hand. I'm just thinking like, okay, well, variance is gone. Like everyone's gonna get something except for the boy.
Yeah.
Except for the boy.
Yeah, the boy was in some pretty sticky business right there.
Yeah.
He was dead in the water.
Up against the 2 worst hands you could possibly be up against.
Yeah, exactly. And we got Mighty Hammer coming in here trying to take one down, steal it with the 7 deuce off. So I guess that answers the question if that's on.
It definitely is.
Not going to work this time as Mr. Eddie, the Asian sensation, coming in with a 3-bet here from the small blind.
See, my older self, Nick, getting 3-bet, I would have put in the 4-bet for sure.
With the 7 deuce.
With the 7 deuce. But not anymore.
Yeah. You're a changed man.
I'm a changed man.
We got the boy coming in with the cold call here in the big blind.
Yeah, the boy knows how to gamble it up.
Yeah, and Mighty Hammer wise enough to lay it down, as you mentioned.
Yeah. I mean, once you face aggression, it's like, what are you even doing? Is it worth it? No, it's not. A lot of the time what I'll do now is I'll limp it, try to limp it around, go to a flop cheap, and then bluff them. Post flop on good boards. I found that to be the most cost-effective way.
Nice. And you might make a hand.
Yeah, I might make a hand. And instead, when they're giving me the money, I'll actually win a pot. Like a good pot.
No doubt. Nothing sweeter than like showing down trip 7s.
Yeah, I'd be like, oh, deuce too.
Yeah, exactly. Winning yourself a little $500 pot, and then everyone else has to throw you bounties as well.
The best thing is getting the bounty from the person that you just beat in the hand.
Ooh,
I remember one time I played at a home game with a few of the people that are playing here. I had 7 deuce. The board came out 7 deuce.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
I stacked somebody, and they had to rebuy to give me my ante.
Oh, no.
Oh, the glory I felt.
That is like peak 7 deuce game
Yeah, like,
story right there.
honestly, like, after that, you could never play it again and still be happy. Actually, my first introduction to that home game, and a few of these people here, the first time they met me, I 5-bet shoved 7 deuce for $300 in a 10-cent, 20-cent game.
Wow.
And I did not get it.
It
through.
didn't work.
I was up against ace, king, and queens.
So these guys tonight, are they playing the $25 bounty?
$25
Okay,
down.
yeah. So that's so different. They were doing $10 for a long time.
That is not worth it at all.
Yeah, exactly. And
But when you get $200 just for winning with it, it becomes a little bit more.
for sure, it's 40 blinds.
Because on top of the $200, you still have equity with 7 deuce. So it's not like,
course.
yeah. Makes putting in the 4-bet a little bit more viable. But I still wouldn't go too crazy with it.
Yeah, I'm with you. Especially out of position.
And especially not against people who are going to be sticky.
Yeah, Poker Monkey making the comment that Jack could have scooped all of that money if he just goes once. He could have scooped all that money if he just goes twice.
Yeah, he could have. I mean, it wasn't even that big of a pot.
Was it like 3K?
A little less.
I think a little more. The boy had 900. They each had 1,200.
Oh, the graphics were very wrong then.
Oh, they each had 15.
The graphics were very, very wrong then. The graphics said 2,100.
In the pot?
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Yeah, so the graphics were remarkably wrong. And because of that, stack sizes are going to be wrong now. Unfortunately. Yeah, guys, it's pretty hard to keep a good stream going on over here. Like the action tracker, right now we're lucky to have Eric running the action tracker. He does a great job. But even something like that, where you can't even really control as much, really just messes up the stats for the whole stream. It's really hard to keep things on track. So we really appreciate our staff over here at Poker House for doing the job that they do.
No doubt. And we got Jack here in that exact situation we just described, where he comes in with the 3-bet and then makes the best hand. Obviously, he doesn't have a nutted hand. He's just got second pair, which is now third pair. Maybe a little tough to get to showdown, but Jay's got pocket 5s, which might be a hand he's happy just to take to showdown. So we might see Jello win this one, the $260 that are in the pot.
Jello thinking about whether or not he needs to put in a bet here.
Yeah. And then he would also get those bounties. He checks. He's just going to try and take his 7s to showdown, it looks like.
Little small tick I saw from Jay there. Almost barely noticeable. Looked like he squinted his eyes a little bit, like he was surprised by the check.
I'm not surprised to see that. Not surprised to see the bet either. Now, did Jello notice the tick, and will he take it to mean strength or weakness? It does obviously mean weakness here. I think Jay is probably betting somewhat for value, hoping that Jello has ace-king a lot, ace-jack, and might call. Jello makes a very good call there on the turn. He does have that extra $200 in the pot from the bounties to help him draw at 2 pair trips.
I think this is a really good card that Jay is going to continue bluffing on.
Yeah, and will Jello be brave enough to get to showdown here?
That's a tough one.
Wow, interesting sizing.
Yeah, I actually think that with his exact hand, I mean, I could be way off on this, but it feels to me like you would want to go real polar with this hand.
Yeah, I mean, what's he trying to bet him off of at this size? Like, Jack's going to call with a 7. Boom. Got him. Let's go.
Got him.
Wow.
Got him.
Wow. And then Jay has to put in the extra $25 chip. Yeah, I think I like the bet on the turn from Jay right there to get called by some of those ace-king, ace-jack hands. But then I'd probably just check down on the end once we get called. If he has a pair, I don't think he's going to call. I mean, I don't think he's going to fold on the river.
Yeah.
Unless we go really big polar size. And then
I don't
also,
know, like, yeah, I guess so. The pocket fives, to me, actually, I probably would just check it down the whole way.
yeah, I think that's fine too.
Yeah. I don't know.
I'm just saying,
I think
if you're
that,
going
like,
to bet, I think the turns.
I think it's somewhat reasonable to discuss how pocket fives doesn't actually block the nut straight, whereas if it was like 6-7 jack instead of 6-7 10, pocket fives has relative blockers to 4-5, which would be the nut straight on the end.
Yeah, but Jello would never have the nut straight there. He wouldn't 3-bet from the big blind to 120 with 4-5.
No, but he would with 8-9 is what I'm saying. Like 8-9 was the nut straight on that board.
Maybe he would. Yeah, I think he'd just call.
Yeah, that's possible. It's reasonable too.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel you. But start thinking about blocker potential.
Pocket fives just seems like one of those hands where you just get the showdown with it and beat some overcards.
Yeah, I'm happy with that. Wow, what a play by Jello right there. Nice little hero call in the end. That hero call is aided by that extra $200 in the pot.
Yeah.
It's a lot easier to call with that 7 than it would be if you had another 7.
Agree. Normally, we always see people bluffing it off with 7 deuce. We don't see them hero calling down with the 7 deuce.
No doubt.
But when we add that factor of calling down with the 7 deuce, we see how much that $200 incentive actually adds.
Yeah,
because
it's a big deal.
actually $200 more in the pot, technically.
Exactly. The entire 200 is out there whenever your call is right.
Yeah, so your odds are significantly better.
No doubt, especially when you're calling on the river
Yeah.
specifically.
Tough spot nonetheless.
Yeah, for sure. He called pretty quick too. Great call.
It's also tough because, like, he doesn't really lose to any bluffs, but it's just one of those hands where, like he could have, Jay could have like 7-8. It was a 10-7-6 flop. Jay could have like 7-8, 6-8, those types of hands. So I guess you're beating the 6-8, and I don't know if 7-8 bluffs, but it's just something to consider.
Yeah.
That you could even have a kicker problem. Still, I don't know if Jay's bluffing with a hand like that. Probably just goes to showdown value. Same thing as the fives.
Very, very interesting card here on the turn. The boy
Oh
has
my
2
goodness.
pair, and Jello turns a 1-liner straight and has the nut flush draw to go with it.
You know what's funny about this hand? Well, I'm going to tell you. I'm going to talk about this after this hand.
Okay. Yeah, the boy not going anywhere. He snap calls for 60. Oh, and Jello makes the nut straight, or nut flush on the end. It does pair the board. Could
Wow.
help save the boy as that card. It's like if there's anything he could beat, he can't really beat anything now. Can't beat the 1-liner, can't beat the flush. Can't beat even a jack or a 10.
That was a very bad card for the boy.
It was a good card to save him, though. He just doesn't realize it yet.
Yeah.
And he...
I'm going to give it to him anyway.
Yeah. So it's hard to
So,
make a pair. I got top pair.
So this board, Nick, I actually played a hand yesterday at 2-5 with that board. It was almost the exact same board, identical board. I had ace-8 of clubs as well.
Really?
The board was jack 9-7 instead of jack 10-7 with 1 club. And the turn was a 10 of clubs. So I turned the straight and the nut flush draw, just like Jello did there.
Wow.
But instead, I got check raised on the turn and then called a massive bet on a brick river, only to lose to king queen.
Oh, straight over straight.
Yeah. And I bricked my flush draw.
Yeah.
Didn't feel good. I actually racked up right after that hand.
Yeah.
Wasn't feeling play anymore after that.
Needed a break.
Yeah, it was rough.
Need a little break ski.
It's what, you just feel like you're on top of the world. I'm sure you've had a hand like that where you're just sitting there in the hand and you're like, how could I ever lose this hand? Like, I feel amazing right now. And then you lose the hand somehow. You're just like, wow. Wow.
You're
I'm
like
not
already
feeling
counting
good.
the money.
Yeah, like I don't feel good right now at all. I was so certain. I think I'm going to grab another beverage, Nick.
Good luck, buddy. See you in a minute. Mr. John is in the brew crew here in the booth. I'm good, thank you. And Mighty Hammer takes down a small one there. We've got 90 of you guys in the chat with us tonight. Man, appreciate everybody joining us. Hope you're having a great holiday season. We're having a good time. We've had some huge pots already. Let me pop up our stack sizes here for you guys. We got Jello leading the way with a 3.3K stack. He is up just over $2,000. Go ahead and pop up our winnings. It says Rosey has 2.8K in winnings. He's in for 1,500 of that, actually, so he's up about 1.3K. Jello is leading the way with 2K in winnings, and those two guys are the only ones who have cracked the 1K barrier, so good night for our next-gen boys so far. Rosey's got another playable one here. He opens the button with the King Jack suited, and he's probably going to get some action from Joey. I'm assuming that he will give him a call here and take a flop. He does. He's got his hearts dominated. It would be devastating if it came. Oh my goodness, guys. I was going to say if it came 3 hearts. How about if it comes King 8-5 and Rosey gets out flopped? Yes, top pair against bottom 2. And we just saw Knock hopping out of the booth to tell these guys not to be running it twice, not to be running it 3 times. This is Savage Sunday. Need to see Max Payne.
I'm happy you guys saw me out there. Doing the Lord's work, really.
Delivering Max Payne.
And in about 15 minutes, you'll see me step out there and offer a few of these fine gentlemen a beverage.
Nice.
2 of which agreed.
Nice.
We have seat 3, Joey. Seat 9, Benji. Going to be partaking in some beverages.
Nice. Well, Joey right here is in a pot against Rosey where it was open and defend pre-flop. And he flops bottom 2 pair against Rosey's top pair.
Looks like this ace might save him some money.
Yeah, no doubt. As it goes check on the turn. Gives Rosey a chance to improve. He does not, but there's only $200 in the middle, so he's going to get away relatively cheaply. And he's going to face a $115 bet here on the end. I kind of feel like the way that he bet felt strong to me right there.
I didn't actually see the way you bet.
Yeah,
I wish I had.
I don't know. Maybe I'm overthinking it a little bit, but...
Did you bet fast or slow? Like, was the
pretty
motion...
quickly, and it just with a lot of confidence. You know, just the way he put the chips out there, it just didn't feel bluffy. But that could also be me being biased because I can see his cards. Well,
Oh, yeah, great fold from Rosey.
look at that. Yeah, Rosey must have had the same vibe.
I wouldn't have been
lets it go.
surprised to see Rosey call there, but he made a good fold. Aaron Lee saying, is this a new stream? I subbed. We're relatively new, Aaron. I appreciate the sub.
Yeah, let's go.
That's awesome. What did we start streaming about 3 months ago?
I think they've been streaming maybe slightly longer than that, and then we've been doing this stream specifically for close to 3 months now, huh?
Yeah, I think that makes sense.
Yeah, and Aaron, this stream runs every single Sunday, dude. We're here from 6 p.m. until 10 p.m. This is the Next Gen Poker live stream. We played 2-5 with a $1,500 cap, and if you're interested in playing in this game, you can join up with the Next Gen Poker Discord, which can be accessed through their Instagram. Is that right, John?
It's actually on their their Instagram.
On their Instagram page, you join through their Patreon. You get access to their Discord, where there's a community of poker players sharing bad beat stories and hand histories and success stories, tournament sweats. And then it'll also give you access to sign up to be on this live stream weekly. as well as buy action from our Next Gen Poker Boys when they are playing tournaments and big live stream cash games.
That is true. You also got to love the chip porn section.
Oh.
Oh.
Oh, yeah. Who doesn't love some good chip porn?
Oh, man. It's amazing. Let's get that nice stack, you know.
Yeah, no doubt, dude.
Get compliments from everybody in the chip
stack.
porn thread there, you know.
Giant stack.
Are you in the chat? Or is your troll in the chat?
Oh, it's got to be my troll, bud.
Are there any local legends?
I love it.
man,
I love it, dude.
I love it.
Absolutely. I am.
That's
I'm in the
great.
Discord. I would say I'm an emerging local legend.
I hope to reach local legend status.
Yeah.
Because, you know, you never become a local legend. Someone just refers to you as a local legend one day, and then you're just a local legend.
Yeah.
That's how it
goes.
works.
I think you're already getting close.
You think so? A lot of people do know me, but I don't think I've reached that point. I think that people are just familiar with me.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't quite say that you've gotten there, but you're on the path to success.
I think I
Absolutely.
need at least 5 to 10 more years and some more accolades. But I'm working towards it.
And pretty interesting spot here as Rosey has the best hand and calls on the end.
Ooh.
Bang. Rosey having a heck of a day.
Rosey just can't do anything wrong
Yeah,
today.
dude. And these guys sometimes give Rosey a hard time about playing tight, but he just plays solid. And then you see him make a play like that there on the end. That is not a tight call down. He's got an under pair to the ace and the 2 queens. But just based on the way the action played out, he thought he had the best hand, makes the call, scoops the pot, and that one's going to be an $800. Kind of sneaky got big right there.
Well played.
Well played.
We got Kim Stone in the chat
Oh, yeah.
saying, I just joined the Discord. I'm officially a paying member of the Next Gen Entourage.
Let's go.
Welcome aboard, Kim.
Welcome aboard and welcome to the stream, Kim. We got to get you in here in the mix. Did she play on Friday?
Yeah, not this Friday, but last Friday.
Last Friday, right?
And I'm sure she'll be playing on most Fridays.
Yeah, I think she said she was going to be a reg and was even talking to me about possibly playing in the game myself sometime.
We'd love to have you.
Yeah.
I plan to be a regular in that game.
Nice, dude.
If they'll have me.
Oh,
I would love to be a recurring member as Tricky Fish is on this stream.
2 players.
Kim, we can definitely teach you a thing or two about Discord.
Oh,
been
you're going
using,
to love it, Kim.
It's amazing.
Yeah, I would say it's the cleanest forum-style software I've ever seen.
It's so good.
So good.
It's literally the only social media type app that I use anymore.
Really?
Yeah, like it has everything. It's all I need. It's my main method of communication now. I don't even text people really.
Got to get my mom in a Discord. The family Discord.
Yeah.
Actually,
Honestly,
that's not a
like,
bad idea.
You should honestly have a family Discord.
Yeah, it feels like a youngster thing, but actually, I totally need to get my family in a Discord.
You have different threads of different topics of conversation.
Yeah.
Like you have like one thread for political discussions, or it just goes in there.
That's not a bad idea, John.
I mean, it's a good idea.
That is not bad, right?
I might have to
there.
implement that, but my family would never get on board with that. They'd be like, "Oh, new technology." Huh.
I think that mine would. I think they'll, especially if I package it correctly, where it's like you kind of bring it in, like you're excited about the idea and like communicating with the family more. I think they'll take the opportunity because they're just happy to have their one of the youngsters of the family like take an initiative to get everybody more engaged together, you know.
For sure, Nick. Speaking of somebody being happy about something, we got Benji, and he's sure happy to look down at Ace King.
Ace King.
Ace King.
He's going to get some action here. He's got Joey behind him, and it is going to be in the form of a 3-bet.
Who could blame him? Ace Jack suited, a very pretty hand. Benji figuring out the logistics.
Yeah, and I think Joey said 700 there. Our graphics have him with about another 900 behind. I don't know if he was counting his stack or talking about something else, but
You mean Joey?
yeah, Joey. Benji, I think, asked him a question, which I would assume what his stack size was. And I thought Joey said 700. And Benji just sticks it in right now. And Joey kind of regretting that 3-bet. Oh, now he's not even going to be able to see the flop.
Yeah, I've been in this scenario before for sure. But you just, you know, you figured out what you need to figure out. Ace-Jack suited's not going to be doing very good against a jamming range here.
Yeah.
Could be oftentimes dominated. You're basically just hoping he's got pocket tens. Or the occasional ace-5 suited bluff, but
Yeah.
you don't even know what their frequencies are.
For sure, and I
Just
don't give
feels
people
gross.
very much credit for having like a hand as off the beaten path as ace-5 when the sizings line up this way.
Yeah.
Because it was just 140 and then shove for like 900. So.
It just doesn't feel good, but I don't mind the 3-bet. You just got to take it on the chin, fold the hand.
Yeah. I think
Move
the
on.
main thing you want to do is know ahead of time that it's a possibility you're going to get 4-bet, and then already have a plan for what you're going to do when that happens. And then you feel a lot better about it when it does happen because you're like, I already accounted for that when I decided to 3-bet in the first place.
Yeah, I've actually noticed that making a plan before you do anything has helped me maneuver through hands so much better.
No doubt.
Because like now, like I'll go for a value with a flush on a paired board, and I'll be like, I'm gonna bet fold this river, and I bet, and I get jammed on, and I'm like, okay, well, I already know what I'm gonna do. I said I was gonna bet fold because they're not raising worse,
Exactly.
and it's just like, okay, I fold. No problem. Whereas if I didn't prepare for that, I'm just like, oh, yes, I get to go for value. And I go for value and I get jammed on. I'm like, huh? What
Yeah,
happened?
exactly. You start second guessing yourself and then,
I didn't expect this.
yeah, exactly.
You start getting emotionally attached. Never a good thing.
Wow. Mighty
Massive
Hammer.
flop for Mighty Hammer here.
And he does not have the best hand yet, but he has 68% equity.
You don't see that too often.
Yeah. Especially not in Hold'em.
I'm surprised to even see him get 1-bet through here. He's going to turn the best hand.
Yeah. He deserves it. And now Tricky Fish is dead in the water, and Mighty Hammer going to get a little sneaky. It is a one-liner.
Dead to a chop. Does not come.
And is he going to get Tricky Fish to bluff at it? And would it be that easy of a call down with just the top pair? He can't beat a 5. He can't beat a 10. He's just going to bet for value.
Tricky Fish. You still have cards.
Wow.
Wow.
Very loose call right there.
Wow.
You might be thinking I can beat some hearts, and Mighty Hammer does have hearts, but not the kind you can beat. You
Wow.
might also be thinking that Mighty Hammer would not bet anything except a straight right there. Or at least maybe not anything worse than 2 pair.
Got another splash pot. We got Rick in the box right here, one of our best dealers here at Poker House.
Oh yeah, dude. Rick is like, every time I pass by his table, he's just so friendly.
Every time Rick sees me, it's just class act.
Oh, Kimmy. Okay, she points out that pocket 10s got mucked from someone who was up and walking around. And I thought I had seen pocket 10s pop up too and then get mucked. And I just assumed that I saw it wrong because I was like, well, obviously no one would just...
Yeah.
But nope.
Wow.
Turns out it was whoever was up and walking around. I didn't even see who that was.
Got Sassy agreeing. Rick is a phenomenal dealer. Very personable. Great guy. Damn good at his job, too. What more could you ask for?
What more could you ask for? 85. And what more could Mr. Eddie Asian Sensation ask for right here in a 3-betting spot as it goes open call, and he is on the button with the ace-queen offsuit.
Stuff dreams are made of.
Comes in with the 85.
You feel good 3-betting, and then another plus is that you get cardio when you're walking to the parking lot.
Look at that. Nice, dude. Get a little workout. Get some arms in, too, when you're pushing your chips across the table
right?
to the other guy.
Get some tricep workout there.
Oh, nice. Tricky fish gonna peel once here.
He's got the best hand.
And
Who could blame him? I would do the same.
he turns a spade draw with it. It is 3 high, but still relevant. Eddie gonna check back and just try and improve his hand. And now he might consider going for it on this card.
This is a card that he decides to check. That is a card I'd like to see a bet from Eddie.
Yeah,
That king smashes his range, and he has a ton of king X that stab the flop, check back, and then check the turn.
Yeah.
And then, you know, back into the king. Especially with that card protector on the line, I would like to see a bet.
Ooh, didn't even think about that.
Maybe he was exploiting Evan, knowing that Evan's going to call down too light, which he will.
For the card protector?
No, just in general.
Yeah, I'm with you. And he thinks he's got the best hand a lot of the time when Evan folds, so
Yeah,
he can just show
like,
it down.
Part of the point of betting the king is to bet like 2/3 and get like pocket fives to fold.
Yeah, or the exact hand that Evan had right there.
Yeah, like those types of lower pocket pairs under the 10 that should fold probably to a bet on the river, a sizable bet at least. But he's probably not thinking Evan's in the mood to fold those pocket 7s or whatever he could have.
We got another 7 deuce opportunity here. So Joey opens from early position to 30.
Joey's been having a rough go of it tonight. Let's see if he can turn it around and scoop up this bounty. Benji looks like he's thinking about 3-betting. Nope, just calls.
Yeah, and he does get it around to the blind, so he's going to take this flop in position and have a chance to c-bet and take it down if it's a good board for him, which very well could work.
All the 7s are dead. That board is he's not gonna be able to take that down. Not on this one. He will get floated by 1 or 2 people on the flop.
Yeah, but I could see him still getting this through on the turn. I think he's not in the mood to give up after 1 bet when there's still a decent amount behind and not that much in the pot.
He's got to have heart.
Benji's going to call. I think Rosey will probably just fold. He does have a gut shot, but...
You know, if the 3 was a club here, I actually kind of like turning Benji's hand into a bluff. Like a raise. Maybe not multi-way, but...
What about Rosey turning his hand into a bluff? Too ambitious?
I just don't like it multi-way.
Yeah.
I feel like the way I think about these spots is when I'm in a multi-way scenario, if I have a range of candidates to go for a bluff and some, you know, range from best to worst, like I need it to be the very best bluff candidates that I would choose to raise in a multi-way scenario.
Sure.
Whereas if I was heads up, maybe I raise like backdoor flush draw, backdoor straight draw.
And that'll get it done, dude.
He gets it done. That's good for Joey.
Rosey could feel it. And Joey's stoked for that one. Let's go.
For an example, Nick, the other day on the 2-5 Friday stream, we were heads up, and I raised the 8-9 of clubs on a 7-4 deuce rainbow 1 club board.
I'm sorry, John. You're going to have to tell me that one more time. I was checking the chat there.
Yeah. Yeah, I raised the 8-9 of clubs. I check raised the 8-9 of clubs on a 7-4 deuce rainbow 1 club board. Heads up. No, I would never do something like that multi-way. But heads up. It just felt right.
Oh, that
Backdoor
feels right
draws.
to me too, dude. That's feels like a really great spot whenever, especially whenever you catch a guy that you think is not respecting how the board favors or does not favor his own range.
Oh, yeah, I
And
love
then you
it.
can just punish him. Feels like people do less of that these days because of all the vlogging and stuff. I think people are becoming more familiar with range versus range dynamics and when they should and shouldn't bet.
Oh, Nick, I invite you to step into the TCH25 streets.
It still happens, John, but you weren't playing 10 years ago when I was. So
That is true.
right now, relative to that time, people are much, much more aware of like, oh, this is a good board for my range as opposed to just my hand, you know.
Can't tell you. Seems like every single day I like 3-bet, get an ace high flop, or not even 3-bet, just raise, get an ace king 4 flop and just get led into. It's just like, wow.
I feel that.
Can't believe it.
I'm definitely not saying that people are playing perfect out there.
Yeah. Far from it.
And Eddie turns a 9 here. Outruns the deuces and scoops a nice little medium-sized pot.
I'm happy Joey took down that 7 deuce hand. He's been having a rough night tonight so far.
Yeah, that's nice, though. A little $200 backstop. Let's check those winnings. What do we got here? We got Rosey leading the way. Oh, yeah, that's right. He's in for 15. So
yeah, so he's up 1,500.
Up 15. Jack up 2.1. Nice start for Jack.
Didn't even realize that.
Yeah, no doubt. And Benji up 1,000. Everybody else about even or down?
Yep.
Joey's down about $1,000.
Did not see Tricky Fish get down that much.
Yeah, and you can see that this game is much more competitive by looking at these numbers, which we'll pull up in between the next hand. But definitely some more battle-tested VPIP and PFR numbers today.
For sure.
And now we've got Jack opening. He's got the king-queen. The straddle is on again. This has pretty much turned into a 2-5-10, which it has just about every week in the last couple of months.
Yeah.
2-5-10 with some 20 and even some 40.
Yeah, and I'm see, like, this is the problem, right? I think in this Savage Sunday stream with the 1,500 cap, I think they should probably cap the straddles at 10 or 20.
Interesting.
20 max, I think. Because people aren't deep enough in general in these games. I mean, I guess that's good for entertainment purposes, but, like, you really don't have much play when people throw the 40 on and you're 1,500 deep.
Well, we can just ask the chat. What do you guys think?
I know
like to see?
I know that on our Friday Match to Stack stream, we'd be putting the 40 and the 80 on like all the time, but that's because people are sitting 5K deep, you know?
Sure. But maybe the people that are watching don't care about how much play there is. They care more about seeing big pots and big sweats and
that's fair.
Max pain.
that is what I would want as a viewer as well. I guess I'm speaking mainly from a player perspective, but you know what? Maybe they don't care either.
Sassy saying she agrees with capping the straddles, so especially since the stacks are capped.
I expect we'll get some sort of polarized response from the chat.
And dude, it looks like we've got Mr. Scott joining the Patreon. Let's go.
Oh, let's go, Scott.
Love that. Nice, Scott.
Welcome
Appreciate
aboard.
It. We'll be seeing him pop up in the Discord and then hopefully popping up to join us in this lineup. Let us know, Sky, here in the chat. Are you going to come play?
We got Gil in the chat. Gil is a friend of Joey's, a friend of the Next Gen guys, a friend of mine. He was one who went shooting with us on Friday.
Nice.
Sending run good for Joey. Amen, Gil.
And I think I just saw Scott pop up in the Discord.
Welcome, Scott. I don't know how to pronounce your name, so I'm just going to call you AK. They do not have bomb pots in this game. We do not do bomb pots typically because they would have to be Hold'em bomb pots, and no one likes Hold'em bomb pots.
For the stream, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Only for the stream. Kim agreeing with me with the straddles.
All I saw was the tap. I thought you were checking. Are we good or? Yeah, we're good. My apologies.
He's like, yes, leave that in your clothes.
Your hands are doing so much. Sorry. You're all right. And now, 4, 5. Fuck. Appreciate it, Jay.
You know what sucks? I was gonna raise you on the turn. Thank God he did it.
My bad.
Okay, now let's pop up those VPIP numbers in PFR. You'll see here, guys, everyone in between that 20 and 40 range. Tricky Fish just barely clipping the 40. So everybody in there with competitive hands. And then let's check out that pre-flop raise percentage. It's actually Rosey leading the way. Tricky Fish and Asian Sensation right behind him. And everybody kind of between that 10 and 20 mark on this one. So there is still...
it's competitive. It's competitive.
For sure. And there's still some discrepancy between someone who's playing, let's say, 25 VPIP and someone who's playing 35 VPIP. Still a pretty big difference there, but
it means noticeable, you know?
Yeah, but they're going to be in there mostly with playable hands either way.
Yes.
You know, you're not going to see a bunch of crazy stuff.
Yeah, like a 35% VPIP's like someone who throws it in with like 10-7 suited a bunch, you know, or like those types of hands, which is still perfectly fine.
I had the option, but I did. Okay. I bet I can do that one more time.
No surprise, nobody has quads.
Yeah, and this is a 4-way limped pot with the double straddle on.
I don't think I've ever put 4 of a kind on a board in my career. 40.
AK Regis is not in the building tonight, unfortunately. We'll probably have him back next week.
Yeah.
I'm sure he'll either be on our Friday stream or on our Savage Sunday Next Gen stream.
Ron's saying this seems pretty tame, but I'd have to disagree with you, Ron. It's a little bit less spewy or crazy, but we've seen a ton of aggressive play, big squeeze opportunities. We literally just saw a 3-way all-in where Ace-King and Pocket Jacks both laid a trap by limping, got raised by Ace-Jack. The Ace-King called. The Ace-Jack or the Pocket Jacks raises, and they end up getting it all in 3 ways. And just one of the craziest lines I've ever seen.
That was a very interesting hand. I don't even understand how it ended up going down that way.
You good over there? Jay is distracted. No, we're good. I know. I just felt like blaming Jay.
So Jay's going to open the small blind with the Queen 10 off here. The double straddle is on.
Both
Goes to
players
60.
brick.
Yeah, the boy defends, has the best hand. And it's going to take some aggressive action from Jay to get him off of it. And this will probably be the card that Jay will choose to bet on. And I'm sure the boy's just going to fold. No, interesting.
Yeah, the boy was the pre-flop. One of the boy was not a pre-flop aggressor. I thought the boy was a pre-flop aggressor.
He was in the double straddle, and he just called.
I see.
And Jay going to lose with queen high to king high, and I bet he's going to wish that he had a bet on that ace on the turn.
I can understand not putting a bet in, but I can also understand putting a bet in.
Whoa, Poker Monkey is making a run, dude. 234,000 points?
What?
What a legend.
How did this even happen? Should take that luck to the Baccarat table.
Got Rosey. That's a nice name.
Rosey.
We got Rosey.
We're gonna start calling him Rosey.
He raises up the Queen Jack offsuit. Gets outflopped by Tricky Fish.
You think Rosey is a good nickname, or is it fitting?
I'd have to hear it a few more times before I could decide that.
It might not be fitting.
Rosey. Sweet stuff, Rosey.
Sweet stuff, Rosey.
Sweet stuff. And Rosey c-bets, gets check called.
This turn.
Decides to give up on the turn here and having a lead on the end, and Rosey's, I'm assuming, just going to let this go.
Yeah.
Quick
I
fold.
think he would have continued on that card had it not been a heart.
Yeah. I would almost guarantee that.
Yeah. having it be a heart, especially the king of hearts, reduces his possible flush combinations.
Sure.
Less likely to have a flush. It's just asking to get check raised. Or raised, yeah. Check raised.
Yeah, and he might be thinking that, like, when the king comes and I want to bet my range on that card, I'm doing it because I'm representing a lot of kings. But if I actually had a king here, I would probably do quite a bit of checking. So not as incentivized to bet it anymore.
Yeah.
Like you said, you're kind of repping a flush now, or like a strong king with a heart.
Yeah, so given that, especially with his exact hand, seems like a pretty good candidate to just give it up.
I think that's reasonable.
Could still drill it on the river.
Yeah, for sure. Get to realize and can just choose to keep betting. I mean, if you are going to pick some fringe candidates like this, you could at least do it with ones that have one heart with them.
Yeah, I was going to say, if you had the queen of hearts, maybe he continues them.
Sure. Poker Monkey giving a shout out to Hayden and Kimmy. One of his favorite poker couples and great players, no doubt. Kimmy saying she just joined the Discord, so I'm guessing that means we're going to be seeing her in this lineup at some point.
Kimmy likes to give action.
Ooh.
Oh,
Some kind of jab right there about sashimi coming in from the bleachers.
the peanut gallery.
The peanut gallery. Was that men?
I think it was. Definitely the peanut gallery. Jay picking up kings. Oh, boy.
Oh, boy. Joey's going to be in trouble again.
Oh, Joey. He's not going to fold to the 3-bet. Everyone's getting tricky.
Whoa.
Everyone is getting tricky.
I did not expect that.
I'm telling you, people are starting to play like me in the next gen, guys. It's getting overly tricky. Doesn't work out for him this time, unfortunately. I do like flatting. Like, I do like these types of plays, but it seems like flatting from the hijack is a little ambitious. I think maybe flatting an earlier position would be a more viable situation if you have aggressive players behind you, but
Yeah.
flatting the hijack is just seems like a Hail Mary.
What is it, 10, 15, 20? 10, 20. Out of 1.
Trappy, trappy, says Evan.
Jay shaking his head.
Yeah, and Jay has to show it down, which is probably something he wasn't that stoked to do.
I honestly, other than Rosey and Jack, and maybe Mighty Hammer, maybe Benji. That's a lot of people.
What were you going to say?
Other than the 4 of them, I don't even think anyone noticed that.
Oh.
And they might not have even noticed that, honestly.
Yeah. Well, when Evan says trappy, trappy, like draw some attention over to
I didn't
it.
even hear him say that, so I didn't definitely realize then. So my whole hypothesis is just out the window. Forget I said anything.
Yeah, let's not even talk about that.
That was bad. Swing and a miss. This is a thing they do on a lot of the streams. So they'll ask for the V-pips mid-game to shun those who are playing like nits.
I think Rosey was thinking about going for a squeeze right there, but his hand moved to his chips too fast. And then he said, I feel like I'm going to give off some kind of physical tell, so I'm just going to call.
Don't you hate when that happens? That happens to me sometimes.
Yeah, me too.
Where like my initial thought is to do something, so I immediately move like I'm gonna do that, and then I second guess it.
Yeah.
And I freeze.
Yeah.
And I'm like,
that's horrible.
now I just feel like I don't want to be in the hand.
I know, so
anymore.
I just fold then. For sure. Yeah, and the way he slides those cards away right there, I think he might be going, Man, I wish I had taken this squeeze spot.
Yeah, or just folded or something. Like, just been more decisive and.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
That's a good way to put it. It's like he was distracted or something when he first looked down at his hand, and he's just like, "Oh, this is a $35 hand."
All right, V-tip starting with Rosey, 28, 20, 28, 28, Tricky Fish, 43, 30.
I love that. Oh, I love that. That's hilarious.
This is a pretty, no one's under 20. No one's over 50.
Yeah, we're doing good. And Tricky Fish with the fist pump there whenever he hears that he is the table leader in VPIP. And actually, the second highest is 30, and he's at 43, so he's got a nice little comfortable lead over second place there.
Straddling does not count towards your V-tip.
Sounds like Jello and Rosey gonna try and sneak in a few extra VPIP points by straddling. Dang it. Love it.
We got 31 likes on the stream right now. Make sure you guys hit the like button on that stream. Helps us out a ton.
Yeah, dude. We got 86 viewers. Not bad.
Hell yeah, let's
See if
run
we
those
can crack
numbers
that
up.
100K. You guys share the stream out. You know what? I'm gonna share the stream out.
It looks like the beverages have arrived for our players.
Got some brews in the mix.
Brews in the mix. Something cool happened to me the other day, Nick.
What's that?
Stopped by my local bar, pick up some food, have a beer while I'm waiting for the food to come out. Just gonna take the food to go, And I go there pretty often, so they know me. They brought me a brownie on the house. I didn't even ask for it.
Wow.
They brought me a hot brownie with ice cream on top.
So that's how much of a regular you are at your local brewery?
That's
what you're telling me?
That is correct.
They're bringing you out free desserts to keep you around?
I like to go there with some friends and play open-face Chinese poker.
Okay, that's fun.
It's a big pastime of mine. And, yeah, they offered me a free brownie, but I was taking my food to go, so I was kind of obnoxious, and I said, well, could I take it to go? And the server was kind enough to wrap that brownie up and give it to me to go.
Nice. Let me ask you a question here. Is it past time, P-A-S-T, or past time? Because I think when I see it written, it feels like it's P-A-S-T, but it would make more sense to say it's like your favorite way to pass time. You know what I mean?
I'm going to go with the latter.
Yeah, that definitely makes more logical sense to me, but I just don't feel like I feel like if I had have seen it spelled that way, then I would remember it, but... Gonna get a little four-way pot here. A couple of suited aces and a couple of small pairs. It's gonna be a very fair battle.
Sassy, I'll have to respond to your comment after this hand.
Oh, man, and Rosey flops quads.
Wow.
Nobody really has anything here, but he's gonna at least get one bet out of Jay. Jay just stabbing into a four-way pot.
Just flats here. Oh,
what is Jay doing?
I don't know what Jay's doing.
He bets a quarter of the pot into four ways with literally nothing.
Yeah.
Guess just hoping everybody has totally unpaired cards disconnected and folds, but
I don't know, Nick. Seems to me like it's punt.
It's ambitious. I mean, you could at least do this with any of the three combos that have a backdoor flush draw instead of the one that doesn't. But and now he turns a pair, which he's daydreaming about being good, but that's not happening. He's not good against either of these players. And, of course, they're both drawing dead when Rosey's got the quads. But he's going to have to bet, and it's just going to go fold.
No, the boy bet.
Oh, the boy bets. Wow.
The boy bets.
And Rosey gets more. Oh, my gosh. These guys are being so generous to Rosey
just
tonight.
Him money. He's just sitting there like, okay.
Oh, my gosh. And Rosey is having the time of his life.
What?
Now he's hoping that the boy has what, like ace king or something? What was even the boy just calls? What is he even hoping he has here? You're like, gosh, do you have? It's just got to be a bluff. You're just like, he has to be bluffing.
First we're saying, Jay, what are you doing? Now we're saying, the boy, what are you doing?
Of course, the boy trying to represent a 6. which if Rosey didn't have all of them might make sense. But now Rosey's just going, I mean, like this is a weird spot because it almost doesn't matter. Like raise and call are almost the same EV because I think the boy almost never has anything except for air.
Yeah, like ever.
Yeah, I mean, he wouldn't flat with ace king or king queen pre-flop. I think he's going to 3-bet those almost every time. So it would have to be like king jack or worse. Maybe king 10 is a possibility here on the end. He makes 2 pair. It would still be a very ambitious turn bet, but I guess that one makes a little sense that he could have like a king 10. Wow. And Rosey bumps it up. Of course, the boy is out of there.
Somehow just going to make the max.
Yeah, dude, tough night for the boys so far. Let's pull up the stats. Yeah, he's stuck 1.4K, and the ambitious bluff does not pay off. And Rosey now up about 2,000. He has taken the lead. It says 3.4 there, but remember, he's in for 1,500 of that.
Yes.
Stats are off just a little bit tonight. Maybe we could get Eric to update that possibly.
All right, Sassy, let me respond to you now. Yes, my friends and I play at a place called Union Bear in Plano, and we like to play pineapple open face Chinese poker, but we play the deuce to 7 version of that. Pineapple OFC deuce to 7.
Really?
Yep, that's our game.
Is it low ball for all 3 levels?
So it's
Just
the
the
best
bottom?
hand on the low level, then deuce to 7 in the middle, and then the top 3 cards are the worst value, like high hand. So it's the exact same as regular open face Chinese, but it's just the
middle row.
middle is a low
Yep.
instead.
That's interesting.
And then we put some crazy different, like, we make up rules. Like, if you get deuces through 5s, you get to roll a random number generator for extra points.
Nice.
If you get deuces through 5s on the top. Like, we play crazy, crazy different variants
Yeah,
of
that's
it.
fun. That makes it a much more interesting game, in my opinion. Are you digging Jack's profile picture there tonight?
I'm not sure what he's going for there.
Looks
but,
like he's like emulating the boy.
yeah, I was thinking that too.
It's not good though.
I think the boy did it better.
Way better. The boy does the boy the only way that it can be done.
Yeah, agreed. Stop biting the swag, Jack.
Yeah.
Just change your name to Cash. That's your thing.
Cash money Jello. Jay leading out for 20 here with the best hand on the flop. Tricky Fish not going to peel there. Might have been because he got caught off guard that it was his turn and he decides just to throw him in. Sort of like me and John were talking about a minute ago where you feel like you give off some kind of live tell or something and then you're like, I don't even want to be in this pot anymore.
Yeah, that happens to me a lot. More than I'd like to.
To admit. Oh, boy.
What is Jay doing?
Goes for like a little blocker bet. No good. Oh, I mean, he was in position, huh? Oh, no, he wasn't. Hammer's on the button.
Oh, okay.
And Jay showing a little bit of frustration there. Looks like he's actually very close to even.
Yeah. More or less.
Yeah, but sometimes even if you're not actually losing, you can still feel that frustration building. Maybe you had several spots in a row not go your way. Maybe you're up stuck. Maybe it can even just be like small little spots, but it just gets annoying when nothing's working.
It happens a lot. Upstuck is the worst.
Oh, show.
Nothing has made me want to leave a card room faster than being upstuck.
You think it's worse than stuck?
Something emotionally about it is worse, I think. Where it's like, I've already set my sights on this being a beautiful day. Like,
Yeah.
I'm up $2,000. I'm having a great time. I'm happy.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, like, no, this isn't just an okay day. This is a good day. Like,
Maybe it's because like when you go in initially to the session, like you have already built in sort of the like idea that it's either going to go well today or it's not going to go well today. And of course you're hoping and hopefully you're expecting it to go well. But there is some, oh, and we have back-to-back quads, dude.
again, but no one
Wow.
has anything. I just wanted to point that
Yeah,
out.
sure.
The quads again. Yeah, like you were saying.
Yeah, anyway, maybe when you go in, and you haven't started winning or losing, it's like your mind is just more open to the idea that like, okay, well, it's possible it's not going to go well today, because that happens sometimes when you're playing poker. But then when it is going well, you've already got that sort of
Oh yeah, it's going
false
well.
sense of confidence of like you're
one
on a
of those
trajectory
days.
of like, yeah, it's one of those days. Like, I'm just gonna, what am I up right now? Okay, I've been playing like 6 hours. I'm up like $1,500. I'm planning to play like 10 hours, so probably win like another 700 or 800 tonight, and then we'll call it a day, right? And hopefully you're not actively thinking those things.
Yeah,
but it's
of course
definitely
not,
just kind of
but-
playing in the background a little bit.
Yeah.
So
I
then whenever
never-
you get disappointed, it like hurts way worse.
I never think about it in terms of an hourly or a projection. I just think of it like, oh, I'm already up this much. Maybe I can win more, but I'm happy with this right now. Like, this is fine.
Like,
I'm
even
up.
if I went home 1,500 up, it'd be a good day.
Yeah, but then like I'll lose half of that, and I'll just be like, well, now this is just an okay day.
Yeah. Oh, and especially if you lose all of it.
Yeah, and then if you lose all of it, you're just like,
What happened? Yeah, like, what?
and then you go home like $100 loser after
blacked
being
out
up
for a
massive. You just like that $100 hurts so much.
Oh, that's funny. Oh, and they're needling Jello, trying to get him to come in with the squeeze. Looks like he limped, and everyone was just kind of oohing and awing, expecting him to limp squeeze because he uses the play so often, which I love. I mean, how strong does it look whenever you have got the image that every time you limp, people expect you to have a really good hand?
You know, I've noticed it. I do it sometimes, and then it'll just limp around because people are scared I'm going to limp raise because they think I do it all the time. I probably shouldn't be talking about this on here.
Yeah, well, definitely want to be aware of present company when choosing to use a play like that. But
Look at this flop. I didn't even realize Joey flops a set.
Yeah.
I knew it was flush draw over flush draw, but this is an action flop. The boy top pair nut flush draw. Jack flops a flush draw, and Joey flops bottom set. We're going to see some fireworks here.
yeah, and it looks like Jello is the one who led out, gets raised and called, and now has got to be very suspicious. And I didn't realize the boy had top pair either.
Yeah.
So, yeah, top pair nut flush draw. Jack is almost dead. Any more money he puts in here is not coming back.
Yeah.
He's feeling a little sticky. I'm sure it's already flashing through his head that it's possible one of these guys does have the nut flush draw.
A heart would be devastating.
Yeah, I think if I was him, I might have just gotten away from it right there on the flop.
Picks up the combo draw.
Yeah, and that actually helps his equity a lot. He goes from 3% to 17.
This is still an insane hand. Joey's got to be loving life right
Oh,
now.
yeah. Gets a gen turn card right here. Essentially has the nuts. There's 475 out there. He goes 165.
Now, the only way that I
Feels a
think
little
Jello gets
small.
away from this is if the boy shoves right now. But even then, I don't know if Jello's going to fold.
My expectation is the boy's just going to call here.
And that he does. That's going to invite Jack in as well.
Yeah. Jack's thinking about it. I wonder if he's thinking about doing something that's not going to work at all. Okay, he's just going to call. Don't mind the call now that we've got the open ender.
Now Joey's like, what's happening here?
Yeah, for sure. He's probably wishing he had a bet a little bit bigger to protect his hand. But he gets a clean card.
I saw it was red. Yeah. And he's going to get a clean card here. And we're going to see if the boy wants to put in any more money with his bad top pair. But Joey's going to win a big pot here. See what size he chooses. Probably an all-in size. It seems like it's the only choice.
Yeah, and there's already 1,000 out there. He's got 2/3 pot bet left. He's all in.
The boy might talk himself into a call. Nope, just going to get away from it.
Good fold.
All right.
Makes sense to fold there whenever Joey has bet into 3 players 3 times, showing a lot of strength. And you've got the hearts.
Yep.
But,
And then Jack isn't even aware just yet of how bad shape he was in there. Probably was just hoping he hit his card and then doesn't even realize the absolute chaos that would have ensued.
yeah. We're gonna have a little dealer shift change here. Let's check out this chat for a minute.
While we're switching dealers here, guys, make sure you make sure you caress that like button. Caress it real good. Let's run up those likes.
So Tiny's in the mix here. Hates Upstuck. Who doesn't? Kim does not know what Upstuck means? That's surprising.
I think, so I think she actually does know what it means, but Kim always says that she buys in and arranges her chips in a way where she never counts her stack, so she doesn't actually know if she's up or stuck ever, and she prefers it that way. And there's merit to that. I couldn't live like that.
I mean,
I couldn't do it.
That's fair, and I generally try to only count my chips to a specific number if I need to know for stack size, just for strategic stuff. But like regardless, even if you don't know the exact number, you usually have a good idea about how it's going.
Yeah.
It's hard not to. I mean, you want to know, okay, I got about 1,500 in front of me whenever we're starting the hand. But I do think generally it is very good advice to not get wrapped into thinking about that number and judging how your session is going solely or even mostly based on it. Obviously, your winnings and losses over a sample as short as an hour or two are not going to be super directly correlated to how well you played. There is some correlation, of course, but...
Yeah. I feel like I'm constantly counting how much is in my stack. Like, at least once every 15 minutes.
For strategy purposes or just because you want to know how it's going?
Just want to know how it's going.
Yeah.
Maybe that's a flaw, but I never really thought of it that way.
Yeah. I mean, I guess it would depend on how much it impacts you in your mental game or if in your desire / fear of making a certain play. I don't think there's anything inherently wrong with checking up on how it's going, but it could definitely get in the way a little bit.
I think I probably also do it out of like compulsion, like boredom sometimes, where I'm like in between hands and I'm just picking my chips up and counting them.
Kimmy says she always covers. Okay, there we go. There's the answer.
Jack Peterson in the chat finally. Where have you been, Mr. Jackie P? Jackie P saying, I stack my chips so I can't count them. It's a valid strategy. I've seen your stacks. I believe that.
Yeah, I'm with Jack. I do the same thing so that I don't find myself counting them to a specific number. Just a rough idea.
I just feel like I can't live without knowing.
Yeah.
Like I need to know the exact number, and I do also use it in my head for strategy purposes. Like, but I can do the same thing with the general, like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Around 15.
Yeah. I don't know how anyone could stack their chips in a way that they don't know how much they have. How do you do that? Just every stack is a different size?
Yeah. And they're all much higher than 100 or higher than 20 chip stacks.
It would drive me insane.
I would say they range anywhere from like 30 to 60 chip stacks and are all different sizes.
30 to 60 chip stacks.
Yeah. Depending on how well I'm doing in the game.
60 is really tall.
Yeah, that'd be three stacks. So maybe like 30 to 50. Maybe that's more accurate.
Wow.
Definitely gets up bigger than 2 full stacks, though. If you're doing well in the game, you know.
We have a 3-bet and a 4-bet. Jack with the queens. Benji 4-betting the ace. Hang.
Yeah, dude. And this one is going to be interesting. What's Jack going to do here? He's in the big blind. 3 bets, gets cold 4-bet. There's 1.6K behind after this, so
I would expect
a lot of money to play for.
I would expect to see. What was the open from? Do we remember?
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I don't remember either. I can go back on my phone to watch this. The open was from the cutoff It was a cutoff open, small blind call, big blind 3-bet, straddle 4-bet. If that's the case, I can see Jack putting in a 5-bet here, given the loose configuration. On some tighter configurations, I'd expect him to just call, even if he's out of position.
I think with how much money he has behind here, he might consider just calling because it's like awkward.
And he does just call. Yeah, I've mentioned this before. One of my weak points here is trying to play these pairs, trying to play these pairs at these massive SBRs. It can get really dicey sometimes because like I'm not used to putting in a 5-bet.
For sure, and if you put in the 5-bet here, if you shove, you would have to go about 5x his
Yeah,
sizing.
it's just too much.
Yeah, but then there's not really a smaller size that makes sense either.
Yeah. Well, he's got to love this flop.
Yeah, for sure.
Hey, I see a poker house hoodie out there. Looks like it's going to be a splash pot, but man, I need that poker house hoodie, so I might go out there, sit in for a hand. Now,
Do you need a poker house hoodie?
I do.
I've actually got an extra one at the house.
Okay.
It's a
You wanna
large.
hook me up?
It's a large. You
Perfect.
good? Perfect.
That's what I need. That's what I need.
Yeah, I'm gonna bring it for you.
Beautiful. Your boy's getting hoodied up.
Boom. And Benji goes 200 here, so Jack's gonna be getting 5-1. I can't imagine that he would fold for this first bet. You don't call a pre-flop to fold on a flop here, getting 5-1.
No, you do not. Benji just betting quarter pot on this flop in the 4-bet pot seems perfectly reasonable. He's got the ace of diamonds. And Jack's not going anywhere.
Yeah, and this is going to feel dicey to Jack no matter what happens if Benji keeps betting.
That's a beautiful card to see, though.
It is a beautiful card.
I don't know if Jack ever folds his hand here. And I don't know if Benji just blasts. The ace of diamonds definitely could allow him to blast turn, fire a river.
Yeah.
What would we think here? He's got 1.4K. What do you think, like a 400 shove river?
I mean, how sick would it be to just shove right now for more than the pot?
I don't even know if that would be more or less effective. I think it would be less effective.
Maybe. It depends on what Jello thinks of Benji. If he thinks that that looks more like a bluff or...
I just don't know if aces or kings would ever just shove for $1,400. I mean, aces would never do that. I feel like if they could ever get a pair to hero fold, that would be really bad.
Yeah. I played a spot very, very similar to this last night where I had 2 10s. And similar situation where the guy shoved in a spot like this where I thought it was unlikely he would do that with aces or kings. So I looked him up and he had aces. Oh, boy. But also with this being a cold 4-bet, Jack might think that...
Oh, he's going to give it up.
Like
Gotta realize his equity.
Yeah.
And he's not going to realize that equity, but
Yeah.
he's probably wishing he would have bet the turn now. Because he's got a good hand that he can barrel off. And does it make much sense for Jack to bet here?
I'm not sure. Maybe if you think Benji would cold 4-bet with like 10s or jacks.
Yeah. I mean, in this configuration, I definitely think he would.
Yeah. So then, there you go. It would.
I feel like Jacks would be 100% cold 4-bet for me in this configuration to try to ISO Jack in position.
Yeah, I'm definitely not going to be going big because those are the hands that I'm targeting.
Yeah, like 350, 400.
Yeah, maybe.
Feels good. 425.
That feels a little bit much to me, but
It's pretty good.
and Benji going to think it through. He does have that ace of diamonds. Wonder if he's thinking about hero calling or making a crazy bluff shove here on the end.
He's thinking of one of those two things.
It would be pretty gnarly.
Otherwise, the hand would be in the muck by now.
Yeah.
I would think he's probably thinking about calling rather than...
Yeah. It's just hard to make
Shove
up a
it.
hand that Jack can have that we're going to beat here.
And it's hard to imagine him having something he's going to fold. And if I know Benji, I don't know if he's going for a crazy river bluff, but I've eaten my words before once tonight. Like I said before, Benji does like to take his time with decisions.
Yeah. I mean, if he actually has another 1,000 back on top of this, I wouldn't be surprised if Jello finds a fold with this hand if he shoved.
Oh, the stack sizes are wrong, huh? He was thinking about it.
What was that? I don't know.
He wants to know.
There's the 4 spades. It's been good to you. Yeah. What are you saying, Don Eddie?
Nice healthy pot for Jello right there.
Didn't even realize the 4 spades is out there. Yep.
Nice healthy pot for Jello. And
Nice hand, Jack. Nice hand.
Yeah, he was thinking about the shove.
yeah, you hear Benji trying to dig in a little bit with the speech play.
With a whole bunch of Jello shots.
I just don't think that Benji follows through with the shove there. I think he's aware that it's something that he could do, but at the same time, I think he would have had to bet the turn to credibly rep a flush here, in my opinion.
I mean,
Like he's-
I would say for the line to make perfect sense, I would agree with you. But what the problem is when he shoves, then you're thinking, what hand can I beat that would take this line, get to this point, and wasn't just like a hand better than mine that was played tricky.
Specifically his hand. That's the only hand.
Yeah, exactly. So you're like, man,
But even then,
I hope
you're-
he has ace king offsuit with a diamond and then decided to
Check the turn.
check the turn and then now bluff raise, shove the river, which I don't even know if he's capable of. Like, it makes more sense to me that he might have c-bet with diamonds and then been like, you know what, I'm just going to look at the river. Like, even though it's not what you would intuitively expect him to do, it's like, it's definitely possible he might do that. And I have no idea if he's even capable of turning ace king with a diamond into a bluff or not.
Well, let me tell you, it's a big difference between thinking about doing something and actually pulling the trigger.
Yeah, sure.
Because I'm sure there are a ton of people that I've played against that have thought of making some crazy play, and then it was just like, yeah, it's an option. I'm not going to do it this time. And then this time never comes.
I'm with you.
100.
Nice little flop ski for the boy right here. Flops the second nut flush draw. And 2 ace highs, which could both beat him, go into the muck.
God damn it, Jack. Why don't you defend him? Why don't you defend?
Cocktails, anybody want something while she's here? We're good?
Oh, can I have a water, please? Can I have a water,
Just tell Dre that Teddy's coffee.
Should I have a 4-bet, Jack?
We have a straddle for 10. Re-straddle for 20.
I'm an ace. I know you have that. Not a great ace.
Fold, fold. Fold. 20 to call.
As long as Eddie keeps folding,
Call 20. Fold.
I'm chilling.
Raise to 100. Fold. What's the bet? 100. 100. Thank you. Call 100. Fold.
So we're going to have a battle of the 2 middling pairs here. We got pocket 6s up against pocket 7s.
Fold. Heads up.
And it comes a pretty nasty board for both guys. Mighty Hammer obviously has the lockdown on the equity. He also has position.
80.
But Benji has the initiative, and he's going to lead.
So you about to get floated?
Wow, dude. Mighty Hammer is a sticky boy, and I bet this one's going to pay off.
Wow.
I think this might go check, 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 check. I really thought if Benji found a bet one time there, he was going to get it through.
Yeah. How does he not?
He does check. He doesn't have it in him to go again. And Mighty's going to check. It's a jack on the end, and that very likely will cause it to go check, check again. Benji very methodical, as you said, Knock. Which is good, though. I mean, strengthens your range a lot whenever you stop and think for a second.
Mm-hmm. The smile from Benji.
400 in the middle, and they make it to showdown with the 7s against the 6s. Gotta love that.
I was about to bet the river, but I was like, yeah, I was calling.
Whoa. Mighty Hammer with the self-awareness of being a sticky boy.
I mean, I guess if you just shove, maybe I'm not shoving, but no. I feel like I'm got a straddle for 10.
I wonder, I think it would be really bad for poker if everybody stopped to think about their range the way Benji does every street of the hand. Not because of the time, but because they would play a lot better.
They would play a lot better. I think that it's kind of good, though, that there's that little bit of social pressure to keep the game moving. It's better for the game flow in general, and especially people who are playing recreationally. It makes the game a lot more fun for them, as opposed to it feeling like a chess match where the other players are all trying to outwit you or something.
Yeah, I mean, that's how I feel. Like, whenever, it feels like whenever I'm at a table with, like, a bunch of fun players and then, like, 2 or 3 pros, if I ever get into a spot with one of the pros, all of a sudden, me and the other guy are just, like, locked in.
Right.
Like, even if it's not a big pot, we're just, like, super methodical about everything. Just,
Right,
like,
exactly. Trying not to give away any...
like, I'm sitting like this all of a sudden. I never sit like that. I'm just sitting, like, completely stone-faced, like... and he's,
doubt,
like,
dude.
methodically putting out $80 or something, and I'm just like...
Can have another similar situation here. A couple of middling pairs.
Wow.
Over cards for everyone out there on the board. Joey gonna stab. And Jay going to raise. Wow. Jay's got a lot of tricks in the bag. Gets the fold and Snap shows it. Gets to sit down.
Oh, my. We're seeing some pretty ridiculous stuff. You know, it's a little bit different than the other streams where people are just like cold calling 3-bets with 9-5 off and stuff like that. Right now we're seeing people just take unorthodox lines post. And I'm here for it.
Yeah, no doubt, dude.
I mean, my mind is blown by some of the stuff I'm seeing from some people, but I'm still here for it.
Let's pop into this chat for a second. Looks like we're having a little trouble with Streamlabs. Classic. Also got...
No problem with Streamlabs. Poker Monkey just lost.
Also got a great buddy of mine, Mr. Hannah Baker, in the chat saying the Texas Hammer. Not sure who he's referring to there.
Referring to the Mighty Hammer.
The Mighty Hammer. Okay.
The Mighty Hammer being sticky, so he's the Texas Hammer.
The Texas Hammer. Yeah, that's actually one of my cousins. Just saw him yesterday at the old family Christmas gathering.
Oh, you gotta love that.
Oh, yeah, dude. Played a little bit of the old cornhole.
I'm jealous.
You play much cornhole?
I like cornhole.
Yeah, big cornhole guy.
You know, I think we should play cornhole sometime.
Yeah, sure. Actually, me and John today just came from playing a little pickleball.
Oh, man.
Yeah, having a good time.
I really like pickleball.
Yeah, and you know what makes it really cool is that they have that entire court set up to be specifically a pickleball court.
Yeah.
You know, that makes it feel like just way more fun than like playing on a makeshift tennis court or something.
I'm gonna make a point to try to play pickleball twice a week at the minimum.
Nice. Wow. Big commitment right there.
Yeah.
It's a good one, though.
I want to get good at it.
Good game. Nice.
It's one of my favorite sports I've ever played.
Nice, dude.
I like basketball, but it's nothing like pickleball, man. It's only my second time playing today, and I already feel like I'm getting significantly better at the game. And I now strive to be passably good. We'll call it that.
Good enough to beat our group of friends.
Like, what I mean by that is good to the average player. like above average.
Sure.
So like if I show up to a pickleball court and I play, people will look at me and be like, yeah, that guy's good. But not like I enter a tournament and they're just like, oh, that guy, he's good. Like I don't need to be that good.
Looks like my cousin Hunter says he's also into pickleball. Hunter, Jack, and Chris have a really sweet pickleball setup at their apartment complex. That's where we were just playing today. So if you want to make the trip over here across town with me sometime, we could definitely get it on. I'd say everybody has like a fairly comparable skill level as well, which makes it a lot of fun.
Yeah.
There's no one who's just like
For
lagging
now.
way behind. For now.
For now. I mean, Jack is just above and beyond better, but Jack is really good. He told me today when we were playing 2-on-2 with you guys that he was messing around with you guys. And
Really?
Yeah, and I was like, Jack, don't mess around with them.
Yeah, okay. Well, I'm pretty sure we beat you guys 1 out of 2 times that I played, so.
I think you did. And if you ask Jack, he'd probably say because he was messing around.
Yeah, well, that's what everyone always does whenever they lose.
I was not messing around. I was trying my absolute hardest.
Yeah, and I'm not going to debate the fact that Jack is the best player right now, but he's also been playing for a short enough time that the rest of us are going to catch up
Yeah.
pretty quickly, I think. And
I think I'll catch up by February.
yeah, and honestly, I think the fact... Hold on, let's finish this pot real fast, and then we'll get back into the pickleball
Yeah,
streets.
I didn't realize how big of a hand this is.
Yeah, and we had Jack stabbing on the flop with the nut flush draw.
Bricking.
Yeah, and then on the turn, it looks like Joey just leads into him after check calling. He makes the top 2 pair, and Jello bricks on the end.
That's going to be the end of this hand.
I think so.
Not much he can beat at this point. Maybe a hand like... No, he can't beat anything. 10-7. Can't beat anything.
I agree with you. It seems like he's just thinking through the options. Is it possible to raise? I think that little smile right there means that it's over.
Yeah, but Jack gives that smile sometimes when he tries to get a read off of somebody, I've noticed. He'll see how they react.
Yeah, there it goes. Yeah, dude, I remember a couple of weeks ago we talked about the possibility of doing like a reverse tell where you do something that makes it seem like you've for sure given up on the pot.
Let the other person breathe.
Yeah,
like,
and then decide to raise.
Yes.
It happened to me.
It happened to you.
I was playing against Andrew Wong. You're familiar with him?
I am. He was at our final table.
Okay, he's on the button. I'm in early position. He's on the button straddle. Okay, I open with ace-queen offsuit. Folds around to him. He like picks up his cards in a way that looks like he's just gonna like toss it in the muck, and then sort of like freezes and puts him back down, and pauses for a second, and then comes in with a huge raise. I think it was like maybe 30 to 150 range, something like that, and we have probably another 500 behind. And intuitively, I felt like I should just shove right here. And whatever, if he's got it, he's got it. But he scared me so much with the fake out reverse tell. I ended up just folding. And he shows me, what was it? Like Jack Deuce offsuit or something? Something just crazy like that. I was like, oh my gosh. He like actually gave away the strength of his hand, but then didn't care. And decided, you know what, I'm just going to raise him anyway.
Wow.
And it just totally psyched me out.
See, that's the opposite way. That's showing weakness and then taking a strong action. I was thinking about... Well, no, I was thinking about doing that too. Never mind.
But just in a different spot.
No, but I was thinking about doing it when I actually had it. Yeah. So, like, I've done this before where, like...
For sure.
I'll hit him with the, like, oh, did you really get me on the turn? And then like pause for like a minute and then raise the river. Like
For sure. I mean, that's the way that I would want to do it because it would feel so scary to do it the other way.
Yeah.
Where you don't have it and then you give away that you don't have it, but then still try to raise. Like,
it seems to me like people would like, they aren't going to think on the level of just like, oh, he's trying to give like a reverse tell. They'd just be like, oh, he just gave away the strength of his hand.
Exactly. Which is why I'd be scared to death to do it.
Yeah, I would be scared to do it.
So if I was ever going to try that trick, I would want to actually have the goods. But
Yeah.
then it's like, actually, that's probably what they're going to think is that you wouldn't do that trick unless you actually had the goods. but you're putting your money at risk, so it's so scary to do it the other way.
It's a little bit different when you do something non-verbal and like subconscious, like the pick up your cards like that and put them down. Like that's something that you would like look at as like, oh, that's just something bad. Like whereas someone who says like, oh, well, I guess I'm going all in. If you got it, you got it. I guess it's time to go home. Like that's obviously they're like putting on an act.
Yeah.
So it's a little different than like you have to notice them picking their cards up in a certain way. You know, a little bit different.
For sure. But this one was so obvious, dude. He like picked him up as if he was like, okay, this is just a hand I would snap fold because it's just so trashy. But then he pauses after they're already in his hand, like sort of in a folding motion, sets them back down, thinks for 10 seconds, and then comes in with the raise. I was just like, huh?
He's just holding them like this.
Yeah. I mean, it was like a quick movement, like pick him up, jerk forward, like little pump fake a little bit, and then set him back down, and then raise.
Then,
oh boy, psyched me right out. That's for sure.
Wow. And Benji's going to turn a boat here.
Oh yeah.
And this is a good card to get paid on because Jay's probably not going to fold.
Yeah, Jay's got a little.
Oh, sorry, Jay bet. Yeah, Jay's betting here. He's going to get flat called. That was a great turn card for Benji.
Yeah, these are a little bit uncomfortable.
Oh, it's not a good card for Benji.
On the turn, you're like, I don't want to re-raise and show the strength of my hand, but it also kind of sucks when you just call and then check and allow Jay to check it back like this.
What do you think about leading the river there?
Yeah, I mean,
I kind of like leading the river on that card. The flush, the backdoor flush completes, and Jack 10 gets there, which is hands that Jake might have bluffed on the turn that make their hand. Something to consider.
I don't know. If he makes the hand that strong,
solver-
don't you think he'd probably bet if he made that hand? It would be a straight or whatever.
I guess you're right. I hadn't considered that part of it.
Yeah.
I wonder if you lead small, you induce a raise from a hand like that.
Maybe.
Interesting.
That'd be a sneaky play.
Like
Very tricky.
if you like lead like fifth pot, no way a flush is just gonna call.
No, I think he would probably expect you to have like some ace X blocker betting. Yeah, and he may not call a check raise anyway, so maybe it is better to try and get him to value raise you then.
Yeah. Jay adding on. Mighty Hammer out flopping Jack here. This is why you call ace queen offsuit the parking lot hand.
Dude, do you know how to give people points?
I do not.
Oh man, Eric was showing me.
You know what we really need to do is get you and me to be mods in the chat.
Yeah, right.
Seems like that would be a no-brainer.
Mod us up, boys.
Mod us up.
All right, dude. So we got another little spot here for Mr. Jack. It looks like Mighty Hammer raised and Jack just defends. Makes sense. $10 straddle is on. Mighty Hammer out flops him and Jack check calls with the ace high. Check check on the turn and Mighty Hammer makes it to the end with the best hand. Jello thinking about going for it here. He does have some strong hands on this board after just defending pre-flop, but also just hopes his ace high is good. Mighty Hammer gonna go for some value, and let's see if Jack looks him up. I would not be surprised if Jack decides to call here. Mighty Hammer has already shown he's very capable of bluffing. Could easily have some other Broadway cards that are worse than ace queen right here. See if Jello can sniff it out. Hunter, I see you in the chat gambling those points. Trying to hook it up, but
I just tried to gamble, but Jack is going to call with the ace high. I see the bad news.
yeah, he does call.
That was Pretty ambitious call, I think, with ace
Yeah.
high on a one-liner board.
I thought there was a chance he might do that, but I agree with you. It's a little ambitious.
I wonder why he's not letting me gamble.
I think you have to have more than 10 points.
Yeah, but I think it tells you when you don't have those points.
Let's pop up our winnings here. Remember, guys, Rosie's in for 1.5, so he's sitting on about 1.8K in profit. So is Jello. So the next gen boys tonight up almost $4,000. Got Mighty Hammer and Benji up small, and everybody else down, ranging from small to the boy who is in for almost 3K. Let's check out those V-pips. Voluntarily put money in the pot, so that means the percentage of the hands that they decided to play.
Tricky Fish still leading the way here.
Yeah, sitting on 47%. He has really pumped that thing up. And now we got Rosey in the +1. He comes in with the Limperoo. Mighty Hammer has learned his lesson. I guarantee you he would have been raising this hand, but he decides to overlimp with the 9-8 suited. Jay overlimps, and now the boy has to decide in the small blind. Does he want to raise?
Is this the spot?
Is this the spot? He's got $700. There is 60 bucks in the middle, and he can't help himself.
Can't help himself.
Rosie's play works again. And now Benji with the ace deuce suited. Is he going to think about making a play? Oh my goodness, he is. And Rosey gets a sweet, sweet spot to just put it in against the boy.
I could have sworn that Benji was going to come in for the 3-bet there.
Yeah.
It looked like he was.
Well, I think it's going to be Rosey coming in for the 3-bet now. He sees the boy's got 600 behind, and Rosey's just going to play for that. Okay, that is very surprising to me.
He eats his words.
Yeah, that's my bad.
I mean, I was there with you.
Yeah, I mean, it would make sense if they were both super deep to not squeeze right here, but I think when the boy has only 600 and there's an extra $100 dead in the middle, it's...
I am... Oh, and Tricky Fish is calling with the 9-6 offsuit. I am blown away to see this, actually.
Yeah, and Rosey does not have the best hand here. Jay's pocket fours have the most equity. But it is the boy that flops the best hand. And checks it. Okay. Has the lead, only has 600, and there's 600 in the pot. A little surprised to see him check there.
He's probably trying to get someone to put $1 in so he can jam on the flop. Anything. And it will be Jay betting in to 6 people with $100 and $200.
That is ambitious right there. That's what I'll say. And the boy is just going to continue to milk. Benji's got himself a little drawski here. He's got the gut shot and the backdoor nut flush draw.
He's getting the price to continue here.
He's getting about 5 to 1. He's not actually getting the price if he could see his opponent's cards, but he might think he is. He also has some implied odds when he hits his hand.
He's going to have more outs when Rosey folds his ace-queen. His ace will be live.
That's fair. And also, he can't possibly know that Jay is blocking, double blocking his straight. So.
Yeah. I mean, in his mind, he's definitely getting the right price.
Yeah, I'm with you. He's going to call. And he's got those implied odds behind, too, so.
Yeah, 23% even with being double blocked. Definitely good enough to make the call. Oh. If he would have hit a 4 there.
Yeah. We'd see fireworks. Instead, we're going to see Jay probably wishing that he was not in this pot, but now he turns a gut shot to go with his pair. Probably feels like now he's got 6 outs.
I was just wondering.
Which he does.
How in the world he could have even ended up in this spot.
Yeah, I'm not surprised at all to see him go for it here. Now that's service right there.
Now that is service. Do you know her name?
I do not.
Well, whoever you are, thank you very much.
Whoever you are, I love you.
I do have a habit of falling in love.
The waitress just stuck her head in and asked John if he wants another brewski.
I mean, I fall in love very easily, Nick.
Dude.
I mean, as many who tune in last time know, we have a special masseuse in the house.
What is happening right here, dude?
Jay's lost his mind.
Jay,
And I can say that because he's my friend. And when he watches his back, I just hope that he knows that he punted.
What if it just gets through right here? He's gonna feel like a genius.
He's still punted. And the boy is never folding a king. If he does, I will literally I'll leave the commentary booth. I'm telling you, I'll leave the commentary booth.
You're just walking home.
I'm not joking.
If the boy folds a king right here, I'm walking home.
I'm out. I'm leaving. Like, I'm leaving right now if the boy folds his hand. We've seen the boy put in money with so many different types of hands. He's got a premium hand now on the board. Bless you.
Thank you. Excuse me.
Thank you.
He is really putting some thought into this one. You're right. I would have thought that he would comfortably be calling here. But
I'm telling you, Sassy says no, don't leave. I'm telling you, those cards hit the muck, I'm leaving.
yeah, dude, I don't think that he's posturing at this point. I think he's actually thinking about folding.
Yeah, okay. He was really believing him. He said,
Jay says, you're ahead.
oh, I thought he got there. I thought he
did
got
too.
there. I would have been pretty upset if he got there.
Wow, and the boy needed that, dude.
I needed Jay to feel the pain of losing his chips here so he can understand just how much of a terrible play that was.
And
Oh,
let's
Jay.
top those winnings up. The boy has just gone from being the biggest loser on the day almost back to even. I'm sure he is feeling so good after scooping that pot, feeling like his night is still in front of him.
I'm sorry, guys. I got to needle Jay. I have to needle him. I'm bringing him in.
You're going to bring him in to talk about that hand?
I'm bringing him in. I'm
Oh,
sorry.
here we go. Let's see if he's up for it. Is he resisting? And here comes Mr. J. He's leading
You're
with
talking about the
I was
pocket
bored.
fours?
Oh, we're talking about the pocket fours, my man.
Yes, it was a massive punt.
You
It
know
almost
what?
worked.
Let's just hear you go through it. It did almost work, which is pretty crazy. I would actually say that the turn felt not punty to me. It was the stab into 6 ways on the flop. What do you think about that?
Yeah, so yeah, the 6-way stab on the flop was very, very light. But I figured actually, I knew from the way that Tricky Fish played the hand, he didn't have a pair because he would excitedly put it in the $100.
Okay.
So I automatically ruled out all sets. He could have like a random 2-pair maybe. And then everyone checked to me. And now Benji doesn't have a small pair most of the time because he's going to be scared of getting squeezed by Rosey. So in my mind, Rosey was the most likely one. And then the guy after Rosey, those two are the most likely to have sets. But then they both checked, which I don't know if they would check if they had a set. I feel like they'd probably just lead right out because it's a 6-way pot. They don't really want to give any free turns in that kind of spot.
Yeah, I agree
generally
with you.
speaking, these guys are going to lead up their sets. So I figured, okay, at best, somebody has a king or the boy could have pocket kings and be trapping. That's what I thought. So I bet, a third pot. My hand is not great, but I can get better hands to fold for sure, and then I can turn a little bit of equity on some cards.
I agree with the second
And,
part. I don't know if I can say that you can get a better hand to fold for 25. You think so?
Or 200? You mean?
Oh, on the flop was 200?
I bet I didn't bet $25.
No. I'm sorry. I think
I
I'm
bet
thinking of the previous
there was
hand.
600 in the pot.
Yeah.
So I can
Yeah,
get
this
like
is Rosy lamp.
I
lamp,
can
lamp,
get 6s
100.
through
Yeah.
9s.
Okay.
for fold,
Yeah.
for
That's
sure.
right.
Most of the time, I think. And then the boy could even just call me with queens.
Okay,
I
you
think,
know
on
what,
the
Jay?
flop.
You're winning me over here.
But
I
anyways,
don't know if I can call it a punt anymore.
I still think it's just a bit loose.
Yeah.
But I'd rather have literally like ace-4 suited or something.
Yeah, sure.
But once I turn the equity, I kind of have to. On the turn, I have to go for it at that point because my price is too good. I have 6 clean outs that are basically the nuts, unless he has kings. And then I think Benji's gonna. the boy's really squeezed in between, and Benji's just gonna fold all his one pair for sure. And I'm positive he doesn't have a set because of the way the hand played. I don't think he flats 5s and 3s.
Yeah.
So I figured if I can get through the boy, I'm getting through Benji all day. I don't even know what did Benji call with.
Oh, I don't know if I should tell you. We haven't been revealing hands, but
Okay, it feels like he had like a gut shot or something and just peeled super light, like the ace high backdoor flush draw or something. But anyways, yeah, I mean.
sounds like your sensor was really on point during this hand, actually.
Yeah. So if I gotten through the boy, I was like, it's a pretty good price. The pot was like 1,000. I bet 400. So it only needs to get through like less than a third of the time.
Yeah,
so.
and I'm actually with you on the turn there. When I saw the turn peel and give you a gut shot, and I'm assuming if you didn't pick up equity, you're probably gonna just give up. Yeah, for sure. So when I saw that, I was like, he's gonna go for it, especially with the boy having like only 400 left.
Yeah.
And it still felt like he might find a fold for it, and he did almost find a fold with a king queen. So.
I should have bet 405. I made a mistake. I bet 400. It's a massive mistake.
Why is 405 better here?
Because he had 405.
He had exactly 405. Okay.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
Terrible mistake.
Gotcha. All right, dude. Well, you know what? You won me over. Nice play. Sorry it didn't work out this time, but I've still got a little time left here in the stream. Good luck to you. All right, guys. What can we say? Had a nice justification for every aspect of the hand. I still think stabbing 6 ways. For some reason, I got confused thinking it was the previous hand. But yeah, I think still stabbing 6 ways, pretty ambitious. But it does make sense the way that he described it all out. And the boy who was the original raiser and would be the one that has most of the strong kings had checked on the flop. So what do you think?
Punt.
Still ambitious 6 ways. I mean, I'm 100% there with you. Do you think that the turn is very justifiable, though, after you pick up equity there and have narrowed the field?
Like, the reason why is because, like, specifically against the boy, like, the boy likes to call down light. Like, and it's 400 into 1,000. Like, he might even fold queens.
And you're also Jay, who has a reputation for being capable of bluffing.
Yeah, like the only positive thing that he had going for him in that hand was that Benji was behind the boy. So the boy might not call off that light, given the fact that there's another player behind him.
Right.
So maybe that justification is like low-key genius, but it still just feels like it wasn't enough behind to actually get the boy off any meaningful hand. I thought he would snap call with any king.
I did too. So it seems like Jay maybe had a little better read on it than us in that regard, because I did not think that he would even think about it with king queen.
I'm not really sure how he called out Benji's exact hand.
Yeah.
But what can you say? I mean, he came in here, he stood his ground with his reasoning. It's admirable,
No doubt, my man. And here we see some more tricky play between these same 2 guys. It's Jay open and the boy just flatting. He's got the ace king, and it works like a charm. He gets a call behind him and then entices Mighty Hammer to squeeze it up with the ace jack offsuit from the blinds. And now Jay is going to be stuck in the middle here. If he continues, the boy is going to have a juicy spot to go for the back raise. This is why you flat with these hands.
Yeah.
You're hoping this is exactly what happens.
Once again, I don't know if I'm flatting it in the hijack, but
yeah.
It seems like more and more people are starting to do this. I don't like it. I wanted to be the one doing this. Like,
yeah, I know.
It felt like I was the only one doing this, and now it feels like every stream I see somebody doing some crazy trap play.
Well, you're telling me, bud.
And he's just going to call. Doesn't that feel like a perfect spot to raise? I mean, you are in position, but, like, what's the point of limping then?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Maybe because of the sizing threw him off a little bit?
Maybe.
Maybe 200. He's like, oh, this feels strong. Mighty Hammer continues, and the boy gives him Guess we could just call this a float at this point. He's obviously hoping he's still got the best hand sometimes, but with that queen out there, it's not too much it can beat. Only a hand like this. And is Mighty Hammer going to make it tough on him? He does have that ace of clubs blocker. Might use that to bluff with. He does. And I think the boy is probably just going to have to get out of there at this point.
325.
Healthy size, about half the pot. A little bit less. And I'm wondering if the boy is wishing he had made an aggressive play earlier in the hand, either 3-betting J or back raising after getting squeezed.
You can see he really doesn't want to give this up, but he's probably thinking, what's coming on the river? He is still beating a handful of hands here.
But he's not beating a lot of hands too. Maybe depends a little bit on how thin you think Mighty Hammer might go here. How thin would he be squeezing in the first place? Can't beat ace queen. We can't beat king queen.
Now I don't know if the boy's probably been paying attention to some Mighty Hammer showdowns.
Yeah.
Because Mighty Hammer showed down some hands he probably shouldn't have.
Okay.
It's a beautiful run out.
Yeah, and the boy's got the best hand. He makes a very, very good and ambitious call on the turn.
And at this point, I mean...
Oh, boy. Is he going to go for it? All in. Wow, what a hero. What a hero.
Wow. I mean...
Pot size shove. If this one gets through, he deserves it.
Yeah, but what do you even think about this? Like, this just feels like a really, really bad run out to try to do this on. Like, one of the worst runouts to try to do this on.
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously extremely ambitious, but you're the only one that can have the aces and the kings and probably the queens. So, like, if the boy is sitting right here and he has a queen, now he's like calling to chop with a queen or can beat a stone cold bluff. Can't really beat anything else.
Wow. This is almost like one of those spots, like, I don't know, maybe I'll sound dumb for saying this, but it's almost better to call. No, I'm dumb. That's not correct. I mean, ace king blocks aces and kings is what I'm saying. But like, it's just what else would he even be betting except for a queen? Would a queen? I mean, a queen probably does this.
Yeah, I think so. You're trying to like bet him off of a chop with a queen.
Yeah.
Like the only hand that you can't beat if you have a queen is pocket nines.
I was gonna make the comment that ace king is a better call than a queen.
Yeah.
I didn't realize how dumb I was about to sound.
Yeah, I had a feeling that's what happened.
I mean, the boy's probably sitting here thinking like, I had a read on the turn. I'm getting the gin run out for my hand. What a hero he would be here.
Oh, yeah,
Calling
dude.
all in.
That would be insane.
For a 4.2K pot. And if there's anyone who can do it, it's the boy.
Oh, man. He is really thinking about it. We're going to have to get him in here if he makes this call. I think we have to get in whoever wins this pot.
Yeah, this is something else. This is entertainment right here. I'm on the edge of my seat.
Yeah, dude, this is a backstreet poker.
He feels like something's not right. He really feels like something's not right. He's looking at his watch. Oh, he wants to call so bad.
Pop us in the chat, guys. 1 for call, 2 for full. What's going to happen?
Oh, my goodness.
You want to call here?
He really, really wants to call. I would love to get a look at Mighty Hammer right now. Wish we had the cross screen.
Yeah.
This might be the craziest call we ever see on Poker House Live if he makes it. How could he? Oh. He doesn't want to fold.
Oh, he puts
He
it back
doesn't
out.
want to fold. He really doesn't want to fold.
Oh, and he lets
makes
it
the
go.
fold.
And let's see if Mighty Hammer shows it.
Oh, he showed it
He
because of the
shows
reactions.
it. Let's go.
Oh, my goodness.
What a play right there, dude. Sheer power poker.
I think we're about to see an insane rest of the stream from the boy after that.
Yeah, he didn't like seeing that.
You really don't want to see that.
Dude, can we get Mighty Hammer in here?
We can get Mighty Hammer in here.
I want to hear what's going through his head when he's making that massive triple barrel bluff right there. John's out on the floor. He's going to pull in Mighty Hammer here. Let's get him on the mic. See what he's got to say for himself. What a play. Absolutely fearless triple barrel bluff. Needed it to get the job done. Would have been heartbroken to go to showdown there and lose to ace king high. Of course, he would have been thinking if he shoved, ace king would snap fold, but obviously the boy. Wow, what a tank. Really thinking that one through, almost making a legendary call right there. Oh man, he might remember that one for a while. Let's go. We got Mighty Hammer in the mix here. You can pop those headphones on there, dude. Get you turned up here. And we have got to hear about this ace-jack hand, the monster triple barrel bluff that we just saw you pull off. Tell us about it.
I think I'm still shaking a little bit.
Yeah,
actually.
I bet. And that was 15 minutes ago.
Right? I'm still like shaking a little bit. Actually, he had me in the tank for a ridiculously long time, and I was like, man, I really hope this one actually gets through.
Oh, yeah, I bet. Wow. So you got a sweet squeeze spot. You're in the big blind. We got to open with multiple calls. Seemed like a really good spot to go for it with an ace-jack type hand.
Yes.
And then tell us what you were thinking. Did you like this board? Just felt like, was it more of like your intuition of the situation or based more on the cards or?
I like the board. I like the board a lot because of the fact that I don't think he has. I think where I'm putting him at is like 7s, 8s, pocket 9s, maybe 10s, and so that's kind of where I'm really thinking his hand is. When the flop comes out, I'm thinking, okay, well he can have 9-9 when he defends.
Sure.
And I think with the deuce on the flop as well was his queen 9 deuce.
Yeah.
I think he could have deuce deuce. When the turn comes, I don't think that he has deuce deuce anymore.
Yeah.
And I just don't put people on quads. And I think, okay, well if I'm gonna still go for it, I need to plan my bets accordingly so I can set up for a pot size shove.
Nice, love that.
On the river.
As you did perfectly, actually. We saw it was almost exactly the pot size shove there at the end.
Cool. And then the other thing that I think helps this situation is I think he bought in short and rallied. And so it also looks like maybe he's going to try to lock up a win or at least not going to go bust. And so I think that it helps that situation.
Love that little additional thought there.
And I didn't really think about it in the moment as much as I was thinking about I got to set up a pot size shove and go for it. But I think it helps. And that was really about it. Other than my heart was still pumping because I'm like, dang,
man,
you keep me in
that's
the
a
tank
huge
long.
one. And we were thinking there on the end, too, when the final deuce comes. Now, obviously, he's not going to have a deuce. So pocket nines is really the only very strong hand that he can have.
Right.
You can have aces, kings, queens, and even if he does have a queen X hand himself, he's pretty much just calling to chop.
Right.
Right? And so then he might be enticed to even fold that. He did almost make a big hero call, so kudos to him for even thinking it through.
Yeah.
But, man, you picked the perfect
Don't tell me
spot
what he
right
had.
there. No, I'm not going to. I'm not going to.
Right on. Perfect.
Yeah, nice, dude.
Right on.
Awesome job.
Thank you.
Keep it up. Got another hour out there.
Right on. Peace out, guys.
All right. See ya. All right. Great insight right there. Monster triple barrel bluff.
Oh, you love to see it. I love watching it. And I really even appreciate it more knowing that he had all those thoughts behind it as well.
Yeah, for sure. I loved hearing about the little extra thought that because he had rallied from being stuck, that maybe he would be emotionally attached to those chips.
Now, of course, maybe he doesn't actually know the boy, because we know
that's probably not the case.
That's not the case. But if he didn't know, that's a real concern. I mean, that's a real consideration.
Love that. Love it. You guys, let us know in the chat.
And can I just say, I know I'm biased because I am a commentator for this stream. But, man, I love that we're bringing in the players.
Yeah, that's fun.
Right afterwards. I love it.
That is fun. I love hearing their insight. What were they thinking about when they made those plays? Just hearing him say those extra little tidbits, it kind of turns you on to, like, the different factors that people think are the most important whenever they're deciding to go for a play.
Yeah, and I'm sure the audience enjoys it as well. I would enjoy it. Getting to hear somebody's thoughts right after I see the hand. It's really good stuff.
Got Funky Punts in the mix. It's a name I recognize there.
What's up, Capron? Capron is Funky Punts.
Nice. I do remember that now.
Looks like we got about another hour here.
Yeah, and we've got Joey in the tank here thinking about making a hero call. Eddie makes it to the end with the flush draw, turn flush draw.
People really like making hero calls.
Yes, they do.
Me, myself included.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's why this kind of lineup, even though it doesn't have as many big multi-way pots, maybe doesn't create quite as many like monster 3-4K pots, you still have so many plays being made where people are value betting thin, bluffing way more often than what you might expect from a recreational game, and making those big hero calls on the end.
Man.
I mean, we almost just saw the boy call down with ace high, triple barrel, pot-sized bet on the end for 300 big blinds.
Let me tell you, I'm a big fan of Mighty Hammer. You know, I went shooting with him, and he's a good guy. I like him a lot. But, man, I would have loved to see the boy make that call.
Yeah, that would have been an epic.
That would have been epic if the boy made that call.
Joey going to be disappointed if he ends up making this call right here and sees that he was ahead the whole way.
He makes the call.
Ouchie. Oh, and Joey feeling the agony. Let's go.
Poor Joey.
Nice. Capering out in L.A. Playing at the bike. Let's go. We got Frankie out in Vegas right now. Playing at the Win.
You know, Nick, I think I'm going to plan a trip next year.
Where's that?
I'm going to fly to L.A. Sorry, not L.A. I'm going to fly to Southern California, rent a car, drive all the way from Southern California up Northern California into Oregon, and take a West Coast poker tour.
Nice, dude. Got to stop and see the Redwood Forest. It's one of the most amazing things I've ever seen.
Yeah, definitely going to do that. That's on my bucket list. I've never been to California either before.
Really?
Yeah, so.
It's not my favorite place to visit, but definitely worth going once at least.
Yeah, got to see it.
For a good old Texas boy, California feels very far from home.
Yeah, I could imagine. Oh.
and that is not physically far from home. Ideologically far from home.
That's what I thought you meant. You would think from a man who's been to 44 of the 50 states that I would have gone to California.
Yeah, I would have thought that. I would think that's one of the first ones.
Yeah.
That's an easy one to knock off, dude.
What is it? I'm going
Lot
try
to
to
do out
remember.
there.
California, Oregon, Utah,
Wow.
Colorado,
What?
Hawaii, and Maine.
Oh my gosh, dude. All
Those
of
are
those
the
are
only 6.
easy.
I know,
except
they're
for
so
2.
easy.
You've been to Alaska?
Yeah.
But never been to Colorado?
Nope. I'm from New York,
Dang.
though. I am from New York, so Colorado's far from New York.
Well, I can almost guarantee that you will have multiple Colorado trips with me and my friends.
Yeah, I'm
over the course
excited.
of the next few years.
I'm excited, but I think I need to take that trip. I might even just come from here and drive through Colorado and Utah, stop at Monarch in Colorado, and then drive all the way to California.
Just knock out all the rest of them except for Maine and Hawaii.
Yeah, and just get it all done. I know Oregon doesn't have the best poker, but
Yeah.
gonna
You could
stop
do
in
Maine
there.
sometime whenever you go back to New York to visit.
yeah.
Do a
Or
little-
just go to Maine. Like,
Yeah.
Maine's nice in the summer.
I don't know. It'd just be so. I mean, maybe if it's your 50th of 50 to complete.
Yeah, but I feel
But-
like I want to end it on Hawaii.
Yeah.
I feel like that's a nice place to end it. Like, I touch down in Hawaii, and I'm like, I've officially
Boom.
been to all 50 states.
Yeah, that's fair. Has more punch to it in Hawaii than it does in Maine, huh? And Hawaii is the nut vacation.
Yeah, I've never done it, obviously, and I'm really excited to do it. Maybe I'll do it in a cruise form. I like cruises a lot. There's a cruise where you fly to Hawaii, and then you get on the cruise ship, and it, like, travels around all of the Hawaiian islands for, like, 7 days.
Wow. Yeah, that would be nice. I think you would want to do longer than. I mean, you could do the cruise and then also do like a week on the island.
Yeah, so, like, you could fly there and then stay for a week and then do the cruise around. Like, stay in the main island area and then take the cruise to all the other, like, outside islands and
Sure.
stuff like that, you know?
Sure, dude. And we're gonna have a little Potski brewing here as we got Rosey limping with the pocket threes, mixing it up again, and then Mighty Hammer coming in with the 7 deuce, trying to make a play. Tricky Fish 3 bets, and everybody just folds.
That's going to be the end of that one.
Mighty Hammer wisely deciding not to pursue some kind of crazy bluff line with the 7 deuce.
Sassy saying, yes, traveling is the best. There's so much to see. Brian and I did the drive up 101, stopped and played poker all along the way. So if I'm not wrong, Sassy, are you you're Melissa, you're Brian, Mighty Hammer's wife, right? I'm just making sure. I'm pretty sure.
I think so as well, because I think she was saying the sweat was on when he was in that huge pot.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure.
Sure, she is stoked to hear him in the booth as well.
Yeah, definitely. Well, I'll definitely have to take that trip if you guys did that. You say there's a lot to see. I always wanted to travel along Pacific Coast Highway, do that whole thing. I feel like I'd be more at home in Northern California than Southern California. I prefer the mountains, you know, and like wilderness rather than the big cities.
I'm with you. I am 100% with you there.
Also, I hear poker is better in Northern California.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I haven't really played much poker in Northern California.
I hear poker's terrible in LA overall. Like really bad, like capped buy-ins, and then they have like a 3-5 300 cap. Like it's ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, they have different games, but they have big games too. All right, let's check out a little updated VPIP here. Tricky Fish leading the way. He's up to almost 50%.
Wow, he's holding the pack there.
Yeah, he is, for sure. And the boy, the only other one that's crested that 30% mark.
You know, we talk a lot about this being more of a battle-y stream, but there's not a player below 25% VPIP.
Yeah. I mean, that is battle-y. There's just not a player above 50 either.
Yeah.
Not a nitty stream.
No. Not Nitty. What do you think the line for Nitty is in percentage VPIP?
In a 9-handed active game. Maybe like 18, somewhere in there. What do you think?
20.
20.
Yeah, around there. But, like, It's really hard on any given stream to judge any given person on a VPIP.
Oh, yeah, especially on 4 hours
Yeah,
worth of play.
with 100 hands. Oh, 7 deuce takes it down there.
Yeah, it looks like he just took down the blinds and then scoops the 200.
$200. Wow.
Yeah, who does that go to? Jello.
Oh, that was
Nice.
the easiest $200 of his life.
Yeah, wow.
Wow.
I wonder if those are calculated into the... Probably not, huh?
Yeah, stack sizes are just always way off on this stream. We have to get that fixed somehow.
Yeah.
But it's really hard to do when like there's just people doing side bets and throwing 7 deuce money around.
Yeah,
like
I'm with you, dude. And look at these PFRs right here and see how tight those are. Now, that's where you can see that this is a reggie game. Everybody between 10 and 20%, which are all very tight, aggressive statistics.
you might argue that the person with their VPIP and PFR closest together is the one who is playing the best. And it looks
Some
to
people would
me-
argue that way.
Some people would argue that.
Yeah.
It looks to me like that is Benji.
Yeah, 26-18. They're very reasonable numbers for a game like this. 18 is probably still a little bit high for what I would personally do, but
I don't think Benji subscribes to a limping strategy whatsoever.
pretty nasty board for Jello's 10s here. It does check around, and that's going to give him a lot of hope that he's got the best hand. He also picks up a draw here on the turn.
Oh, I came out during this hand. Tricky Fish immediately hitting me with the go away knock.
Oh, and now Jello likes his hand. It's not going to get anything here in all likelihood, but he's got to be having daydreams of someone having an ace. And he does go to a sizing that's trying to get looked up by an ace. Don't even know if he would, though. I think that might be a little big to even get looked up by an ace right there. Maybe not, though. Player dependent.
Oh yeah, Rosey, while you're gone, I won another bounty. 7 deuce? Yeah. I already gave it to you.
Looks like Poker Monkey has lost 9 flips in a row against Streamlabs.
Rip.
Yeah, that's tough stuff, dude.
I don't even have any points.
That happened to me and John on the roulette wheel one time in Vegas.
Oh my gosh.
Brutal.
I have a picture of that still. Chat, if you would believe me. No, Nick and I aren't gamblers. We don't play casino games very often at all, do we, Nick?
No. Maybe a couple times a year.
Tops, yeah. Like maybe I'll do it like a night if I'm staying at Choctaw for a week or something for the WSOP. One night I'll go out there and I'll gamble. But we played the roulette wheel downtown Las Vegas, and we bet on black every single time, as I do. I convinced Nick to. I believe it was either 9 or 11. I don't remember. It was either 9 or 11 times that it did not land on black. It was either red or 0. 11, I think. No, let's say 9 because I'm sure it was at least 9. 9 times in a row.
It was crazy, whatever it was.
The percentage chance of that was so low that I couldn't even comprehend it when I did the calculation.
Yeah, you start getting those whatever
It was like
exponents on your calculator.
0.0000067% or something like that, and I'm just like, I'm like a living statistic right now. This is impossible.
I'm sure every gambler has had that thought at some point in their life.
Like, oh my goodness. And then like we kept going for a while. I was just like, it can't keep not landing on black. And eventually you just gotta give up and be like, it's not landing on black.
And we did.
But I do remember stepping away and then looking back and it landing on black the very next time.
Oh, of course.
I do remember that.
I mean, that's obvious.
Yeah.
It's always going to do that. The very next one after you stop betting.
That was brutal.
Rosey got himself a little top pair here. Dominating the top pair of the boy. And the boy's going to keep firing. Joey gonna make an ambitious call here. He's got a bet and call in front of him. 9 on the end is clean.
That's kind of the... Oh, this is bringing in front door hearts.
Yeah, it could be a little bit of a scare card. Double pairs of the board and brings in hearts, but...
I was going to say, if it was an offsuit 9, that's the type of card you want to see if you're Joey. Makes you feel a little bit better about your pair of 5s.
Yeah, and I think there's a pretty good chance this is going to check, check. Nope, I'm wrong.
You're wrong.
And Joey going to lead. A very creative play right here. I don't know if it's going to be enough to get the job done or not. I think Rosey is going to be at least... I think Rosey is at least going to be suspicious. Yeah, the boy did fold pretty quickly. He does have Rosey still behind him, but...
He bet less than half pot.
Yeah, which is like a pretty value-looking sizing. But it also gives you a price to call here. Rosey getting about 4 to 1. You can tell that he's suspicious, but can only beat a bluff. It is a crafty, creative little bluff, turning a pair into a bluff here. Obviously knows that's not likely to be good at showdown.
I'm very surprised to see Joey float the turn here.
Yeah. He also bet on the flop, which doesn't seem very indicative of a 9. I mean, how many 9x are going to lead out into 3 or 4 ways here?
Yeah.
10-9, obviously. I'm thinking Rosey might piece this one together. And he does. GG, Rosey. Nice hand. Attaboy. A nice call from Rosey, who has been taking the brunt of the force, as we mentioned earlier, of people saying that he is a tight player, but showing you again that he is a very capable player. Sniffs out the bluff right there, calls it down, and scoops another nice pot. He is now up about $2,200 on the night. It's in for 1.5. That winnings number is not correct.
Correct, he's up 2,200.
22. And there's your VPIP numbers again. Lowest VPIP of the night, 24%.
4 people at 25%. Oh,
Yeah.
Jay at 24, actually.
Jay feeling exasperated. I can see it in his face. 24% is just not enough. And boredom is a very dangerous thing in poker.
Now, I don't know if you heard it. Maybe he said it to me before he stepped into the booth. But he did say, I was bored, which is why he did that play with the pocket fours. And as you said, boredom is scary in poker.
Oh, yeah, dangerous stuff.
Because all of a sudden you start, reading people when you don't have the right information to make those reads, justifying everything that you want to do.
Just like stabbing 6 ways.
Yeah. So, usually when I'm bored, I put a podcast on. You sacrifice some paying attention to the table, but you don't get bored, you don't punt. Tricky Fish going to go for some value here with this turned bottom set, but the boy has absolutely nothing.
Yeah, I've been picking a pretty small sizing here.
I like the size a lot, given the action. Doesn't look like the boy has much.
Yeah.
Trying to ink any bit of value out.
Fair enough. Fair enough. And let me get those winnings back up one more time here. So Jack and Mighty Hammer, Mr. Jello, Rosey, Mighty Hammer, the only ones that are really up today. All other players are stuck.
Wow. It's just Rosey, Jack, and Mighty Hammer. Pretty crazy.
Got 83 of you guys with us right now. We got the Bronx Bomber dropping in again.
Bronx
Let's go,
Bomber.
dude. Good to see you.
We've reserved your seat.
Oh, yeah. And you guys, please pop that like button for us. We're up to 54, not bad.
54 likes, I'll take that. We've held strong at around 80 viewers. Appreciate you guys for tuning in this lovely Sunday night.
Oh, yeah.
You could be anywhere, but you're here.
Yeah, you guys could be like with your family doing Christmas stuff or whatever.
Well,
but
don't convince them to leave now, Nick.
well, I'm just thanking them for sacrificing their families to be here to watch gambling with us. And we're having a good time, boys.
We're about to lose all our viewers. Like, you know what? I could be with my family.
No, don't leave. Your kids don't need you. Just kidding, guys. Just kidding. Hopefully the kiddos are in bed. It's 9:30. We're having a good time here.
Just watch with the kiddos.
And we got a great lineup, as we have mentioned several times here. A lot of active players, guys that are playing. I wouldn't call them tight, but not super, super loose.
Yeah, reasonable.
Like a loose, aggressive style, just not like a super spewy style.
Yeah, that's a lot of words to describe it.
Yeah.
And we got a good lineup. We got Lionel Messi in seat 1. Coming off a World Cup win.
Oh, yeah. Had to come in here and get in a little 2-5 sesh at Poker House Dallas. If you guys are looking for a home to play poker, this is the place to do it. We've got games running all day, every day, ranging from 1-2 to 2-5, occasionally bigger games. Even have some backroom 10, 25, 50 games that I've seen pop off.
You know, there have been occasions where I've walked in the morning after that game runs. It's still running.
Wow.
And it's like 50, 100.
Yeah.
And they're just going off.
Some legends in the local legends in the DFW poker community.
Local legends.
Also have the bomb pot games that have been going like crazy here. 2, 3, 4 bomb pot tables every day.
And it looks like Chipotle has arrived for them.
Oh, yeah.
Chipotle time. We need a 10 of diamonds for Mighty Hammer here for the elusive straight flush. Does not come.
Yeah, and Tricky Fish makes the best hand with just a pair of 4s.
Gets rivered.
And it's about 9:30, guys. We've been rolling for over 3 hours now. Thanks again for being with us. Go on, John.
Yeah, Bronx Bomber asking if Woodley is confirmed for the time that he will be there, and I can confirm Woodley is interested in playing, and we'll have a seat for him. So the Bronx Bomber Woodley show off will be front and center.
Yeah, I mean they were getting some trash talk going in the chat last week, right?
Yeah, for sure. Woodley, if you're here, make yourself known.
Yeah, I can't imagine that Woodley would not show up to defend his honor.
He did say he was going to super chat Bronx Bomber's stack.
Oh, yeah, that's right. That's right. Now I remember that whole exchange.
Nick 6 will be in the mix. This is the week that the Bronx Bomber comes. We're going to have one hell of a stream.
Oh, yeah. We need Mr. Regis in there, too.
We need to get Mr. Regis in that stream.
Oh, yeah. That could be the most epic stream in the history of Poker House Dallas Live.
No, I got to tell you, Nick, that is the one stream I'm going to be really upset I'm not in.
Yeah.
But I have a job to do.
We got a job to do here, dude. We got to deliver the message to the people.
We do. We do. But that will be one of the nights I'll be hopping in afterwards.
And here we got Rosey opening it up on the hijack. Joey just flats the button with the ace-10 offsuit. They both whiff on the flop, and Rosey's just going to make a little c-bet here. Wouldn't be surprised to see Joey give him a little float. Doesn't have much of anything. Just his 2 overcards. Not even a backdoor straight draw. Oh, yes, he does. Backdoor wheel draw. Still very speculative to just float with the backdoor wheel draw, but if he does decide to float here, he's not going to be doing it just to make his hand. He's going to be doing it with devious intentions.
Don't forget the pair draw.
Of course.
He's got the pair draw.
2 overcards. Pair draw. Good for 14% equity.
How could he know his ace pair draw is dead?
It's looking sharp in the beanie, too.
Yeah, that is Joey, the loser of our first stand-up game, and by contract must wear the head warmer for the rest of the night.
Or is he going to take it down? He has had a night of smooth sailing, my friend.
These are the sessions that we dream of.
Oh, yeah.
When you just show up and just things go well.
Been
You
playing
don't
for
even have
3
to do
hours.
much. Like, it just goes well.
He's been playing for 3 hours, has picked up several really strong hands, several even better configurations, and just put up a nice solid $2,300 win. Is that right?
Got pocket kings for Benji. Tricky fish with 9s. Just calls, respects Benji's early position raise. There is some dynamic here. Tricky fish and Benji have a history. We have played home games together. It is widely it's widely thought of that Benji is an extremely nitty player.
Okay. Giving him the biz. Savage Sunday.
That I'm just saying what Evan says.
Fair
I'm
enough.
speaking for Evan.
Fair enough, fair enough. Evan, a.k.a. Tricky Fish here with the
Yes.
pocket 9s.
I won't confirm or deny what I think, but
Yeah, and Benji not happy to see an ace come down on the flop here.
he's not going to get out of there for $50, I'd assume.
Probably
Well,
not.
maybe we are 4 ways. Maybe he's just dumping it. Thinking it's so likely that someone could have an ace.
No, he's going to pill once. And now Evan. Yeah, lets it go.
I think Evan would have peeled if Benji didn't.
And the boy just making an extremely ambitious stab. Oh, and he
Wow.
saved.
But now Benji's going to be upset because the boy doesn't have anything at all.
Yeah, the boy might go for it here, though, thinking that if Benji had an ace.
He already checked.
Oh, did he? Okay.
But he might go for the check raise.
Oh, that would be epic. Kind of surprised that if he like takes a stab on the turn with a 10-6 offsuit, just like absolutely nothing here, I would have guessed that he would keep coming again on the river, especially if it comes a king and you're thinking Benji looks like he has the pairs like he does have, a pair smaller than an ace. Obviously not king specifically, but like sixes through queens. Looks very likely that he could have called with a hand like that. And kind of surprised the boy didn't go for it, but wisely this time.
Benji overbets the pot.
Yeah.
Ryan Woodley in the chat making himself known.
Here we go.
Saying, I don't know if I have any money left after Friday's game.
Uh-oh. Was he in there with you guys?
Yes, he was.
Oh, no, it didn't go well.
Well, he lost all his money in the side bets that we were doing.
Oh, no, not even in the game?
No, I'm joking. He lost all his money in the game.
Oh. Savage Sunday.
Savage. So we needed an audio bit.
Yeah, no doubt.
I'm on my 3rd Dos Equis chat. We're going to get wild here.
Yeah, Bronx, I'm sure the boys will be able to fill those seats pretty easily. They've always got guys in their Discord that are looking to get into the game. Got several regulars here. I don't see Mr. Tricky Fish listed in that lineup, and he is always looking to get in the mix.
Feels like he's on every single one of these streams.
Yep. And the boy's been on a lot as well.
Now, why does it say that Joey 4-bet to $105? I think that the straddles must have been wrong there.
Well, whatever it was good enough to get it done.
Takes it down free.
Yep.
And that's Eddie referring to last Friday's game on the stream that we played. Lineup was not the best. We had plenty of people back out last minute. It was unfortunate. Regis and Nick backed out.
Jello picks up the ace queen here. Curious if he's going to try to 3-bet. Bet Benji out of the pot. He does. Just goes from 30 to 80. I really like that. Oh, no, it's 105. My bad. I would like a small size here, though. You're wanting Mighty Hammer to continue with a weaker range, and one of my main priorities is just getting Benji out of the pot. Oh, good flop for Jello to get a couple more bets here.
Yeah, this is a beautiful flop for Jello. He's got the queen of clubs too. I assume he's gonna go bet, bet, bet here, given board runouts. That's a pretty good card. Picks up the second nut flush draw to go along with this top pair. And I don't think he's going to be slowing down. He can defend against a raise, should he get raised. Not too big. Thinking 200. Oh.
Mighty Hammer also has a club here. Don't think he's going to be going anywhere.
Doubt it. I almost feel like a club would be less action.
I think it would just still go bet and call.
Likely. It's kind of a brick. Doesn't change anything.
And now what size are you thinking? Get 275.
300, 325. I'd say it's probably 275 to 325.
Seems reasonable.
We'll set the line at 300. I'll take the over.
I'll take the under. Although I wouldn't be surprised if we drill the line.
Oh!
Sorry. My bad, Chad. I was off by $10. $15.
You have a better margin of error than I did on my first guess. I bet 200. I was off by $25. Why do you even throw those $10 chips on top of there?
Playing mind games, I think.
He's just trying to screw up our lines.
Mighty Hammer definitely has a sense he might not be good here. Tough to fold the top pair when you're getting almost 4 to 1.
Yeah.
But he knows this looks like a milky size.
Well, the king is also a kind of a good card for him. Reduces combos of ace king.
This would be a really nice fold if Hammer can get away from it.
There is a flush on the board.
Mm-hmm. There it goes.
Yeah.
Into the pot. Jello shows him the bad news.
Tough to get away from that.
Yeah, 1.2K pot. Got sneaky big there. Jello goes for value 3 times. Gets called 3 times.
Got Doug in the chat saying, screen is kind of grainy. Are you having issues? I don't think the screen's grainy on our side.
Yeah, it looks fine over
Yeah,
here.
it looks fine on my phone, too.
We would have to talk to Eddie about something like that. I mean, I'm sorry, to Eric about something like that, but
I think it could just be a connection issue on your end, possibly.
possible.
It's looking pretty good on my end. We got to look at these winnings right here. Jello is running it up. Both Jello and Rosey both up about the same amount. Of course, Rosey is up $1,500 less than that says. And once again, Mighty Hammer's still up, but not as much. And they're still the only 3 that are up.
Yeah, dude, and the 2 Next Gen boys are up almost 5K between them. This has been Next Gen night. Rosey and Jello both having a big night. Rosey has had several big nights in a row, including, as we've mentioned several times, a monster win on Max Payne Monday against Bronx Bomber himself was in that game. And Rosey bringing down like the biggest win of his life by a factor of about 4.
Yeah.
Wow.
Great, Doug. Glad to see you got that fixed.
Oh, yeah.
Looking good.
Guys, we're moving in close to 10 p.m. here. This is a 4-hour stream. We go every Sunday from 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. This is the Next Gen Poker weekly 2-5-1500 cap live stream here at Poker House of Dallas. Your home for live stream poker.
Tiny, I don't think Jacob was talking to us when he said that. Yeah.
Doug's saying he hasn't been into Poker House yet. Doug, you have got to come check it out, dude.
Oh, yeah, so much action.
The room is beautiful. The amenities are great.
And we got a hand developing like this.
Oh, yeah.
We got Eddie, who's been kind of quiet recently, picking up the Ace King on a straddle, raises it to $55, and the boy is going to be putting in that bet with the Aces, 50% equity, 5 ways now.
Yeah, dude. And
And
I'm
with everyone that
wondering,
folds.
with him only having $900 back, is Eddie going to be able to get away from this at any point?
I mean, if I'm Eddie right now, I'm shoving. I don't think there's any other option.
Looks like Eddie might think there is. Looks like it's probably going to be a raise, but not a shove.
It's essentially the exact same thing.
Yeah, that's interesting. I mean, you're not going anywhere when you do get shoved on here. And the boy waking up in a juicy spot. You can see that he's got 90% of the equity there. So even though Eddie has one of the best hands in poker, he is drawing very thin. This pot's going to have almost $2,000 in it before it's said and done.
Oh, the Ace-King against Aces is such a brutal thing to run into. You just feel so dead. It's brutal. And there it is. Snap call.
Oh. And, oh, Eddie says, I only run it once.
Needs a queen.
Oh, boy. He's got a shot here, guys. Needs a queen. Oh.
Does not come.
Bricks out. $2,000 pot going to the boy. He needed that. He was stuck about 1,500. He has been stuck 1,500 multiple times and then climbed back out.
Tiny saying the Asian sensation is about to be the Asian depression. Oh, man.
Let's update those winnings here. The boy climbing from a $1,500 hole. He is back to almost even for the second time tonight.
Wow, he's got to be feeling great right now.
Yeah, now it's Eddie stuck the 1.5. And you see him reloading immediately.
Sensation.
Wow, look at those beautiful chips over there.
That's what I would much rather have happen at the beginning of the session. But they can keep playing afterwards. I, however, will not be playing afterwards tonight, Nick.
Yeah.
I'm going to go home and enjoy that free brownie I got. So I hear some behind-the-scenes talk that I will reveal to you guys that we are planning in the new year to get a $5,000 cap live stream going on Saturday nights.
Wow.
Yeah. And your boy is going to be a regular in it.
Yeah, boy. So you're planning to be a regular in the Friday and Saturday game?
Yes.
Wow. Yeah, that's going to be an epic opportunity for
My
you.
Friday, Saturday, Sundays are going to be a poker house.
Yeah,
I'll play the Friday stream. I'll play the Saturday stream. And then I'll commentate the Sunday stream.
Nice, dude.
That's what I hope, at least. If they'll have me.
I think they'll have you.
I think they'll have me.
Sounds like a great plan to me. Going to be seeing a lot of John here on Poker House Live.
I know we've been talking about the 510 for a while, and I'm very excited to get it going. So keep your eyes out, people in the chat. If any of you guys are interested in playing a 510 5K cap stream, let us know in the chat right now. The more support we have, the more likely we'll get it running. I, for one, am very excited.
Yeah, or even if you just want to watch it.
Yeah, let us know.
Give us some feedback that you want to see some big games like that go.
You want to see a 510 stream, guys? Is that what you want? Because we can make it happen.
Gil says, how about a sit and go? I actually have thought about doing a sit and go or trying to get one going, but I think it would just be a little bit tough to find 9 players that want to do a 1K. I don't know if it would be.
Yeah, 1K is a bit much. I'd do a $200 sit and go. Well, it seems like we have overwhelming support in the chat.
Oh, yeah, getting some good feedback on the 510.
I have to get that going.
Yeah, dude. 2-5 uncapped on Fridays. Is that what you're doing?
Match stack.
2-5 match stack, which is essentially like a 510 5K cap, but the 510 can put on the 20 straddle instead of the 10 straddle, I guess.
Well, I mean, we've put the 10, 20, 40 on anyway.
Right, that's what I mean. It's like not that different
It's
of a game.
essentially the exact same game. Yeah. The only difference is that you have more of a choice to play small if you wanted to in that game. But actually, we changed the 2-5 on Friday stream. We made it a 1,000 min, 2,000 max, and then match the stack. So you can't buy in less than $1,000.
Okay.
Which I'm huge for.
Yeah.
I think we should put a big minimum on the 510 game. What do you think about that? I think we should make like a...
Like what, 2K?
Minimum of 2K. Maybe even like a 2,500 min.
Yeah, that'd definitely be interesting. 2K to 5K?
Yeah.
And then the 2-5.
It definitely can't be less than 2K, I think, in my opinion. 2-5 is 1K to 2K, match stack. 510 would be 2K to 5K hard cap.
Then our poor next gen boys are going to be having the smallest game of the weekend.
Yeah, they will.
2-5 1,500 cap.
Yes, they will. But this is Savage Sunday.
Savage Sundays.
That's Rick that we hear in the background. Class act.
Oh, yeah. One of our favorite dealers here at Poker House of Dallas. And it is good competition. They got a great staff here. Tiny mentioning we need some more slow rolls. I think we just need some more trash talking, slow rolls, card showing, all of those things in general.
Yeah.
Just spicing it up more and more. And actually, maybe the fact that it's a smaller game will make it better for the trash talking and stuff. Because the bigger and more serious the game gets, the more awkward it feels whenever you're trying to interview someone after losing a 10K pot.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I'll tell you right now, like, I'm a pretty good sport with stuff, but if I lose a 10K pot and someone tries to come in and tell me to come
get in the booth.
Yo, come talk about how much you just got wrecked. Yeah, I'm not going to be happy about that.
Yeah, which I think also falls to us, the responsibility to needle/bring into the booth more players who just got wrecked on this show.
I mean, I'm doing my best.
Well, it feels like we mostly bring in the players who are winning.
Well, I bring in the people who lose who I know better.
Right.
But I think maybe I should just be indiscriminate with it.
Yeah, and like if we just do it a few times, then people just get used to the idea that that's what's going to happen.
Yeah, but also, like, sometimes when you bring in people after they lose, like, they're not going to be interesting to talk to.
Yeah.
They're just, like, tilted and, like...
But in a way that is
interesting. Let me just answer this guy. Let me just answer this guy's stupid questions. Is it J5 betting Jack 10 of diamonds?
It looks like it. So
and Benji calling with ace queen offsuit? So a 5-bet? It has to be wrong. The 5-bet wouldn't beat a 250 anyway. I think it was the straddles that were messed up. Because it looked like there was a $20 straddle on.
And both players flop absolutely nothing. Jay's going to make a tiny stab here. Very interesting bet.
This is a 3-bet pot, not a 5-bet pot, by the way.
There's $500 in the middle. Yeah, it must have been double straddle, and then it thought that the open was a cold 4-bet.
Correct.
So there's $500 in the middle, and then Jay just makes a little $75 stab. I guess trying to get Benji off of hands exactly like this one. Let's see if it works.
I like the small bet on this board. I love those super micro, like 5th pot bets on monotone boards. It literally puts other people in a complete blender of a spot. Now, this is a card that Jay's going to continue on, I'd think. But it's kind of like, this is kind of a card where you want to start polarizing. But, like, he doesn't have a hand that necessarily wants to polarize because he doesn't have a heart in his hand. He's going to bet sizable. Not that big, though.
I'm guessing this one's probably going to work this time.
I think so, too. But I think it'll take about 30 seconds to find out.
Do you think Jay has anything in him that would make him want to slow down in some of these spots after he's gotten caught a couple of times tonight? Or is he just go all the time?
He's always go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Zoom mode.
Zoomies. It looks like they're not allowing the straddle anymore. I mean, Scott keeps screaming blind raise. Is that Scott? That's not Scott. Never mind. That's not Scott. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. Oh, no, that is Scott. I'm stupid. I don't know why that's going on, though, because they normally just do, like, crazy amounts of straddles. Did he raise to $235?
Oh, there's the blind raise. Is that Eddie coming in high?
That's Eddie.
Oh, my gosh, dude.
Wait.
Interesting. Okay, I'm not sure what happened there.
I have no idea what's going on. Interesting to see Eddie just fold the 6-4 clubs after blind raising. I feel like I'd play the 6-4 clubs in that spot. It's not great, but...
I feel like I wouldn't, but I'm surprised that he didn't and that I think most players would.
Yeah.
Once you put out the quote-unquote blind raise / straddle, whatever, kind of feel obligated to defend it when it's just a single open.
And you look down at a hand that, like, it's nicer to look down at than most hands.
Sure, exactly. I do think just the optics of, okay, we're out of position and this guy is open from earlier position, and we know for sure that we don't have the best hand right now.
Yeah.
We're going to sacrifice the ability to represent the stronger range and also be out of position and not the aggressor.
Maybe I 3-bet it then.
Yeah. Got Jay ISOing Joey's limp in the cutoff here, and
We're going to go 3 ways. Let's take a flop. What a beautiful flop for Eddie.
and Eddie deserves to get one here. It's been a slow night for him.
There's something about having like ace 10, king 10, and getting a 10 high board. Oh.
Immediately gets drawn out on by Jay as it checks around.
Yes, didn't want to see that card.
Yeah, and
He's going to check around again. Looks like someone just hit their side card.
yeah. Jay shows the ace, and Eddie tells him he got so lucky. I'm sure we've all been there before. Ron mentioning that Jay plays an overdrive. He is an extremely active player. Plays well. We had him in the booth earlier here to defend a big bluff that he made. He did say it was a punt initially, but had some good reasoning for why he decided to go for it. And I have been playing with Jay on and off in various rooms across the DFW Metroplex for the past probably 3 or 4 years now. It's been a while. And yeah, he plays well, plays tough. This is hand number 82, guys. We are hitting the 10 p.m. marker, which means we're going to be getting closer to the end, but I just saw the door pop open there, and it looked like the stream was still going on. We are on a 15-minute delay, so you can expect that we are going to continue for at least the next 15 minutes here. We got 80 of you guys in the mix with us right now. Appreciate you joining us. Having a blast tonight. Had some great action. If you don't mind, just click that like button for us. Give us a sub.
I've just gotten confirmation about what this blind raise business is. I've just figured it out.
Tell us.
The table has decided as a whole to stop straddling and start blind raising in order to keep the VPIPs up. Now, I guess that works because now we have to see who still wants to put the straddle on. But at the same time, if everyone's doing it, then it's going to uniformly increase the VPIPs.
Right, but I think that's probably what they care about more than anything. They probably don't care that much about having a higher VPIP than the other players, so much as just seeing the number be a certain height, and then also the game as a whole having like, oh man, there's like 6 guys in the game that have like a 50% VPIP.
Maybe.
Because they're just straddling every hand.
Yeah.
Nice. Got a little sub from Rez08. Appreciate that, Rez.
Did you answer Woodley's question in the chat?
Oh, I forgot about that. It was about playing mixed games, right?
Yes.
Yeah, nice. I saw that. And then, oh, nice. Also had a nice idea from Bronx Bomber to mic up the boys and himself. That would be fun. I would think eventually that'll be part of improvements that we would make would be having either like
Yes.
I guess a better table mic or having each individual player mic'd up.
Yeah.
As far as mixed games go, Ryan, so we didn't play this last Tuesday. I was actually out of town, and Frankie's out of town as well. This next Tuesday, I was kind of playing it by ear, depending on when Frankie comes back, because we've been running that game together. So not sure if we're going to go this Tuesday or not. We have been doing it every Tuesday for the last several months. So we've had players show up and the game go even on days when I haven't been there specifically. I think they're actually playing mixed games tonight and played last night as well. So the game is going multiple nights a week. As far as the Tuesday 1 p.m. game, that is going to be coming back into effect. But with Frankie being out of town and it being a little bit slow because of the holidays, we had kind of let it go for a week or two. So if we do end up playing on Tuesday, then I will pop you in the Next Gen Discord and let you know.
Awesome. I plan on getting back in the mix
At some point.
at some point.
Let's go. Definitely
not,
leading into
like-
the summer. That's when I'm really focused on getting in some mix reps because I'm planning to play a fair number of mixed game tournaments in Vegas this summer.
I also plan on doing that, but I had to take a little bit of a break
Sure.
from it, but I feel like I'm coming up on being ready to play it again.
Nice.
We have Rez08 who just subscribed saying, just saw you guys on my recommended. We can't tell you how much we appreciate that.
Yeah, dude. Let's
That's
go.
really, really nice to hear.
No doubt. And we have had a great stream tonight. And Rez, we do this every Sunday, 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. We've got the Next Gen Poker Boys. If you're not familiar with them, go look them up on the social medias. They have a TikTok that is the largest poker TikTok in the entire world. Wow, what a title to hold. They also have a huge YouTube channel with about 200,000 subscribers where they post poker vlogs weekly and also short content. Yeah, give them a follow, check it out, and then come back and join us every Sunday for this game. All of these players that you see in this game right now are guys that are in their poker Discord. So if you want to play in this game, you can join that by signing up for their Patreon. Follow the link on their Instagram page. Sign up for their Discord, and next thing you know, you will be joining us to play in this lineup every Sunday. We get back to the action here with Joey making a play at this with a pair of fives.
It was Jay.
Oh,
making
I'm
the play.
sorry. It's Jay making the play.
And Joey's hero calling down. He's got the best hand.
Yeah, wow. And he still has the best hand here on the end. Is he going to find a way to get to showdown?
I sense a big bet, an all-in bet
Yeah,
coming from Jay here.
Yeah, Jay's got that ace of diamonds.
Oh, he gives it up.
Wow. I'm
Wow.
surprised to see that, and he is going to be in pain.
Yeah, I did not expect that. Wow.
Oh, look at the face.
Jay is
Agony.
agony. Jay is agony. Oh, Jay. Not his night tonight.
Oh, man.
I could have sworn with he had exactly popped back.
For sure, dude. And he had that ace of diamonds
Yeah,
blocker.
that's huge. I could have sworn he was going to go for that one.
And let me ask you, John, this goes back to the question I just asked you a minute ago. Do you think that any part of not going for that could be because it has not worked out so far tonight?
It's hard to say no. I don't think so. It's hard to say no, though.
Yeah.
But everyone's human, you know?
Everyone's human. You only can run so many bluffs and get looked at before you start thinking, I don't think I want to bluff anymore tonight.
And we have Jacob, a.k.a. Bait, in the chat, good buddy of mine, saying, Jay is steaming.
Oh, and what do you know? How lucky is that to pick
Wow.
up the AA?
He says Tony G would be verbally obliterating Jay for his lack of heart and commitment. Well,
Get
now
on your
he's-
bike, young man.
Now he's going to have to obliterate Jay for being a luck box.
Let's go. Jay's going to lose his mind if these aces don't hold.
Looks
Am
like
I
we had
cheering for it?
It looks like we had a card fly off the table.
Uh-oh.
2 cards fly off the table. I don't even know how that could have possibly happened.
Must be someone folded them off of the table would be my guess.
So, good aim, or lack thereof. I'm going to guess that Mighty Hammer will not be folding.
I think I would second you on that.
And looks like we have Eddie cold calling from the cutoff, looking to hit a set. If he does, it'll end Jay's night.
Yeah.
And he does not.
No, he doesn't. And
Not much for anything.
Jay goes from having really good equity to having this hand pretty much on lockdown.
He's going to check it, which I kind of like.
Oh, this makes things interesting.
This
Mighty
is why
hammer.
you check. This is why you check. Imagine now if Jay hits an ace, he's getting Mighty Hammer's whole stack. Maybe not the whole stack, but... Very easy just call from Jay. Eddie going to get out of there. Do we see a cooler?
Oh my gosh, dude.
Oh.
When it rains, it pours.
Runner, and this is going to end Jay for the night, and he checks it.
That's interesting. Is he going to check raise here? I guess so.
Oh, no, and he goes big.
And he just gets
He
called.
just gets called, wow.
Yeah, big sizing. Oh, man.
Uh-oh.
And that's agony. You can see it in his face. It's already not going well. And then your aces get outran.
Wow, played it perfectly, too.
Wow. What a river card. Oh, my gosh, dude. Only 6% equity on the flop for the king queen there.
That's brutal.
Turns the back door and rivers the goods. Yikes. Jay is steaming, says Jacob. No doubt, dude. Ouchie, ouchie. And I think
We all
because
have
of
those
that,
nights.
yeah, I think because of that big $500 sizing, that just got a call on the river there instead of the raise out of the straight.
Maybe thinking you never get called by worse.
Yeah.
With a jam facing that size, which is a pretty good thing to think.
Yeah, if he did jam, then
I mean,
I would have loved to see Jay's face then.
King Queen is like the only hand I can think that would bet big and possibly call a jam.
Yeah.
Even King Queen hates its life facing a jam.
And Jay's right back at it, dude. He picks up another playable hand the very next. And gets out flopped again.
Wow. We got Jacob in the chat saying Jay looking like he just hugged a cactus.
Yeah, now we've got Jay with another small C betting spot. Looking like he just hugged a cactus. Nice. That's good.
Bink. Not.
Yeah, on ace 10, no good. Check, check. Another annoying one.
Against the same person, that hurts extra.
Oh, yeah, and it's not even the money right then. I mean, it's $40 that you lost, but
it just feels like you can't win. We all get into those. Looks like he's going to be adding on for the final minutes of the stream here.
Yeah, and let's pop up some of these numbers. Let's look at our winnings here. Remember, Rosey's in for 15, so he's actually sitting on about 2,200 profit. Jello on 2,500. Mighty Hammer, the only other winner. Everyone else down, ranging from small to medium. No huge losers tonight. Check out these V-pips real fast. They are climbing up a little bit because of those blind raises as opposed to straddles.
The boy hopped over the 40% mark, and it looks to me like they're leading the pack by a minimum of 10%. And just got confirmation we got about 15 minutes left in the stream for you guys.
Okay. 15 more minutes of high octane action.
Ooh,
You like that?
octane. Feel important.
Feel important?
Feel important.
Tricky Fish limp calls here with the 6-5 offsuit. Kind of surprised to see that.
V-Pip King.
V-Pip King. He's more concerned about the V-Pip than he is about this $40. And Jello C-bets takes it down with the same hand. Jacob, not surprised to see it.
Jacob is another part of our upper tier Discord.
Ooh. And the exclusive club.
I believe you, Eddie. You didn't look.
Pretty good flop for Eddie. Oh, I'm sorry. Not, well, decent for Eddie. Pretty good flop for Joey. Flops top pair and an open ender.
Could see some fireworks. Should we see a jack? Give two players two pair. And Eddie the straight. No dice. Does give Eddie a straight, though. I mean, a pair. Realizing his equity, will he get there? He will not. Surprised no bets have been put in at any point. Jay normally laughing and joking about, but rather quiet tonight.
Yeah. Look at that beautiful stack from Jello over there. Several really nice stacks on the table. Rosey and Jello both having a heck of a night. It's been next gen night.
Jacob cracking me up in the chat. Evan would call with a brown property card from Monopoly and a Cards Against Humanity card.
What a joke.
I believe it.
And here is Rosey. We're coming down to the end of the night here, and he picks up the 7 deuce.
Oh, and he's going to go for it.
Yeah, and I love the sizing here. Just punish immediately. Try and pick up that dead $200 in bounties.
But with a little heart, he'll get it done.
Yeah, not going to work yet, but he is going to get the pot heads up and in position against a small pair.
For a second, it looked like Jack was about to throw in the 100 with the 8-3 suited.
Yeah, and I'm thinking this is going to work. I mean, there's so many boards that are good for our range or help us improve to the best hand.
It looks like that one will be a good one.
Yeah, and with Rosey's image, I just can't imagine Tricky Fish peeling with just the 4 diamonds here. But what the heck do I know?
He's got a brown property card.
He literally didn't even think about it for a second. He just like insta calls. Another decent card for our range.
How far is he willing to take it?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, if one
surely
more.
One more bet. Oh,
come on, Rosey. Oh man, and now a one-liner. If it goes check again. Another great opportunity here. Oh, Rosey, come on, dude.
Oh, no. Oh, Rosey.
Oh, I'm kind of surprised he didn't go for it on the end there when a king makes a one-liner. And Evan checks. Oh. I mean, we raised 100 pre-flop. We could easily have a king.
Evan trying to justify floating the flop with a pair of 4s.
Yeah.
I had a diamond.
Had the best hand, too. Oh, Rosey.
Against, you gotta know your player.
Sad.
Gotta know your player. Tricky Fish is so wide all the time.
Oh, man. Brutal right there. Kimmy popping us with a nice compliment. Appreciate that, Kimmy.
Appreciate it, Kim.
I gotta say, I feel like my commentary has been very lackluster, mediocre tonight.
Think so?
Yeah, I don't know, dude. It's just weird how like you can be the same exact person talking about the same exact subject matter, but some moments or even some days, you're just like in super flow, and it feels like everything's just rolling through you easily. Like everything that you want to say comes out clean, and then other days it feels like a little bit more choppy as you dictate inside of your own mind what you want to say and then try and spill it out.
Well, what I'll say is it feels like everything has been flowing well, I'll say. So maybe it's better than you think it is.
Yeah, no, I mean, I don't think it's horrible. It's more just like relative to my own performance in other weeks, and, you know, that's what it
You're
is.
contradicting Kim's compliment. Doug, we are Nick Morgan, who is the anchor here. He's going to be our main guy, Nick Morgan.
For the Sunday commentary.
For the Sunday commentary, and I am his support.
Oh, yeah, co-commentator.
Co-commentator.
I would say you're becoming an anchor of sorts, too, dude. You've done this with me for, what, 4 or 5 weeks in a row now?
Oh, man, you're the go-to guy. So you understand why I go out to get the guys and you interview them. You know, you're the main guy. I'm a strong Robin to your Batman, okay?
What a guy. What a
Strong
guy willing
Robin.
to take the Robin role.
Yes, take that Robin role for sure.
Take some humility to take the Robin role.
Oh, of course.
And also the fact that you're going to have the opportunity to participate in other streams, play in those huge games.
I'm excited.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I'm excited.
So you got a lot of other stuff going on.
And, Doug, I am Knock, otherwise known as my real name, John Hardy. And I am the editor for these Next Gen guys. Joining Nick in the booth tonight.
Yeah, Kimmy, I think you will get better commentary next week. A couple of problems with, like, that can lead to the lack of flow, I think, are things like not eating a good enough meal before I come in.
Feeling rushed before we start.
Oh, yeah, that's a big
that's
one.
a huge
one.
Yeah. Big one.
Let's see. Usually I have, like, my everlasting cold water bottle. What are those called? Where it's, like, double insulated or whatever?
Yeah.
Makes the water super cold. Forgot it tonight. The temperature in the booth fluctuates dramatically from week to week.
Yes, it does.
And this week it's pretty warm.
It's pretty warm in here, but sometimes it is freezing.
Yeah, exactly. So tonight I'm definitely sweating a little bit, feeling a little bit flustered in here. So all of those things can lead to small variations, I think, in the quality, but overall, definitely appreciate the compliments. And Kimmy, I think you can 100% expect to come back next week and hear A++ commentary.
A++.
Yes.
What are we tonight? Just A? I think we're A.
I would say that you are A. Maybe I'm like A-.
Oh.
I don't know.
Now you with the humility.
Yeah. I mean, A- is still pretty good. Let's not get carried away here. It's still an A. Just kidding.
Oh, Doug, nice to know that I have played with you. I probably recognize your face, not your name. Make sure you say hello next time you see me.
Oh, yeah. We got Joey taking a little stab here at the end. This would be a epic value bet if he can get Jello to call with a 4. He's thinking about it. He's going to feel soul owned right here. He gets value bet by 2 9s. Nope. Lets it go.
Thinks better of it.
Goes fishing. Goes fishing with a little speech play there. Something that I have been working so hard at in my own game to implement more and more speech play. Something that was totally overlooked by me, and actually this is a little bit of a bone that I would have to pick with the quote-unquote solver community slash even high-level professionals. Let's say someone like Doug Polk is one of the poster boys for what I'm talking about.
Sure.
How can you not think that putting some time into something like your speech play will not help you to gain more information when making your decisions
Oh,
in a
yeah.
poker game?
For sure.
Right?
I think it's dumb to ignore that.
Yeah,
Like,
to ignore it totally and just
Yeah.
be like, oh, well, it's too complicated to figure out exactly what it means, or I might give away too much, so
yeah,
therefore
what,
it's
like,
not worth it.
it's too complicated, but you're willing to spend like 7 weeks like out of the year just like running sims and like burying your face into a solver. Like, that's not too complicated.
Exactly, especially when you're playing live poker and, you know, it catches people off guard when you try and pop them with some speech play. Like, sometimes they just give away way more information than what they meant to.
Yeah.
And sometimes they give away exactly what they meant to, but you're still able to piece it together and figure out what it means.
Yeah.
You know, and if you're working on that stuff all the time, then you're going to be the one who's got the edge whenever the speech play is going on.
Couldn't agree more.
Joey's got 2 kings here, but ace on the flop. He does still have the best hand, and it seems like he's aware of it as he makes a nice little blocker / stabbing style bet.
He's going to get floated by the naked 9 of spades.
Yeah, he is. That is ambitious. Jello's got the naked queen of spades.
Less ambitious.
Less ambitious. Still not the nut card. And he's getting a good price. He decides to come along.
Now Joey's going to feel pretty good about his pair of kings.
Yeah, I think so. Is it too thin to bet again?
Jack looking like he's into some devious intentions here.
No.
Could be considering a check raise. He goes check.
Check, check, check.
Yeah, checks all the way through. King's going to take it down.
Eddie could have considered doing something there, too, when he goes check, check to him. Feels pretty unlikely anyone's got an ace at that point, and you could definitely have some weaker aces that would want to value bet there at the end.
Kim making a comment that Doug isn't a live pro until recently. That's why he doesn't respect it as much. There's something to be said about that. You can't really use speech play in online play.
Yeah, I mean, I guess his attitude, though, is not directed specifically towards speech play. His would be more, like, directed towards, like, anything extra.
Yeah.
Anything related to the person. Although I don't think Doug actually plays like that. I think that he more so is just, like, in his content or in his training material is more advocating for that kind of style. And my guess would actually be because it's much tougher to teach people, especially when you're not working with them face to face. You're just teaching them through like a YouTube video or something.
Yeah.
It's like much more difficult to teach people how to decipher those relative factors as opposed to the absolute factors of like, what are your cards? What is your position? What is your stack?
Exactly.
Right. And you can kind of give them like a game plan to help them get better at poker, but you can only get so good if you're not taking in all of the factors available, you know? Are we done here?
We're done here.
All right,
Looks like
dude.
that is the end of the stream. Let's pull up some of these final results. Final VPIP numbers here. Tricky Fish leading the pack again, 46%, all the way down to Jay here with 23%. Low's VPIP at 23% was a pretty good game.
Oh, yeah. Means everybody's in the mix, but nobody's getting slaughtered.
Check these PFRs out. Benji leading the pack of PFR at 19%.
Wow. That's a little surprising.
He didn't limp any hands. He mostly raised. And Rosey actually was the lowest PFR.
Yeah, and at one point he had the highest.
Yeah.
So we saw him kind of fade back there, but that's how it goes when you're only tracking 80 hands or something.
He only played 93 hands, yeah.
There you go. And then let's pull up that winnings one more time.
Let's pull up these winnings.
See where we
Oops.
finished at here, guys. That is Rosey coming in with a 2K win.
Jack with 2.4K and Mighty Hammer with 1.3K. They've been the only 3 winners all night.
Yeah, for the last couple of hours at least. And that's almost $5,000 in winnings for the Next Gen boys tonight.
Wow.
Kind of sneaky, but
Yeah.
those two guys cleaned house.
They did.
And that makes several huge wins in a row for Rosey. So he's really rolling right now.
Yeah. Wow.
No doubt. All right, guys. Well, here we are. Savage Sunday coming to a close again. And next weekend, I'm not 100% sure if we're going to be here or not because of the Christmas holiday. We'll have to hear from the boys and keep you posted on social media. But we will be back, whether it's next weekend or the following one. And Mr. Frankie is going to be back joining us again. So we'll have the 3 Next Gen boys in the mix, and you will also have me and Knock here in the booth again.
I would imagine that we will not be here next week, given it is actually Christmas next week.
Yeah, I feel that.
The actual Christmas day.
I feel that. That would be my expectation. Just didn't want to say anything 100% until I hear it from the boys.
Yeah,
but
I'm gonna go ahead and I'll take the blame for it if I'm wrong.
Yeah.
I'm gonna put on 100%.
Okay,
We will not be
fair
here
enough.
next week. And
Fair
then
enough.
then the week after that is New Year's Eve, or I mean New Year's Day. I don't know about that one. We'll
Is New
see.
Year's Day on Sunday?
New Year's Day is on Sunday.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting.
So I
That's
guess we'll
fun.
see.
A lot of partying going on. A little New Year's Eve on Saturday night.
Oh, Poker House is closed on next Sunday.
Oh, there you go. Bang, bang.
There you go.
All right. Well, there you go, guys. We will see you in 2 weeks back here at Poker House of Dallas for your favorite live stream. It is the 2-5-1500 cap with Next Gen Poker. Until then, have a great holiday. Win some money in those poker streets, and we'll see you back here in 2 weeks.
All right. See you guys.
Peace.
Takes about 30 seconds to go through the thing. Yeah, we are closed next week. Next Sunday.